Hop over to rock fins. Come on, catch up. I catch up eventually. There we go. All right. Woo. All right, we're up and running on both. I see Jira's in the building already. What's up, Jira? I see Mr. Streets is in here, and hello to everybody else who is in the chat with us. And to those over on the rock fan. Oh, what's up, Wheezy? Trump is faking gay. That's funny.
Ready?
Oh, that's perfect. They can't read because of the light that kind of throws it off. You can't read the brand good because I'm not trying to advertise for nobody unless you give me some chips. But see, John is in the building also. So first off, I guess I'll start off. What up, Chris? Man, how we doing? It's been a crazy week.
Yeah, no, it has been. Shout out to everyone watching. What's up to everybody? I don't know. It seems like my screen is freezing. I don't know what's going on, but anyway, all is good. Long week, busy week. Work, basketball, shit like that. Nothing crazy. Personally. Obviously around the world, as usual, there's a lot of shit going on all at the same time. So, where do you start? How do you start? You know what I mean?
I see Audris in the building also, and I see Hamza. I guess it's starting to kick on. Everybody see. I know. Apologies for running a little delay. We actually both had technical problems. I was having issues, as you guys. And I know it's weird. I normally have problems with this computer later in the show, but as you see, Chris is glitching a little bit. We can still hear him, so that's good. But honestly, as far as big stories that we would kind of like main stories, we don't have a lot of meat on those. We still, of course, got the typical stories and issues that have been plaguing us, chronically. And of course, as the chat hops in and adds different things, we'll probably go into some of those. Damn, I ain't even. I don't give it. No comment on the Chris H's comment. I want to say bad stuff, but I'll be good. Yes, definitely glitches in the Matrix. Hamza's in the building. It's always good to see Hamza. Our main stories, of course, we have to talk a little bit about the ICJ. I guess verdict. We'll say temporary verdict. Wanted to talk a little bit about Biden. And of course, I have a video that I want to kind of bring up to kind of. I guess maybe I don't even know if I'll bring up the video or not, but I guess I'll just kind of bring back some of the stuff that I was talking about back then. Bermas had some interesting stuff to say on Epstien, and so I kind of just wanted to cover that. And I put the thumbnail of Bermas's show because I wanted to be able to give that shout out that he's the reason why I noticed it, even though I think this is from a couple of weeks ago. I didn't hear it anywhere else, so I just want to give a shout out to him at least on that. You guys know how I am. If I think somebody did a good job, I'll give credit where credit's due. That don't mean I rock with everything they say, of course. But that's what I'll go with. Oh, I did not know about that. Is that true, Wheezy? I hope that's not the case. That'd be fucked up. Emlacar. What's up, Emlacar? But there's been some kind of crazy news stories too. I don't know. Chris, do you got that video? And Meteor Dreams. What's up, Meteor? The Kansas City one, because of course I gotta definitely talked about. Oh, she talked about on Ryan Christian. Oh shit, that's fucked up.
Oh, yeah, that's fucked up.
So damn, I guess I'm gonna have to look into that because I don't know anything about
Who are they talking
that was
about in
going.
the chat?
Yeah.
It said Whitney Webb. Apparently, Johnny
I don't
Vidmore
know anything
just put
about
hands on her.
that was going on. So Whitney,
So that is interesting. That is definitely interesting. Um, Thomas says, I predict the Chiefs will win the Super Bowl again. I'm kind of leaning that way, but not because I feel like our team is I'll just say that the fix might be in, and if it rolls in our way, okay, I'll take it. But damn, that's it. Can somebody send me I don't know if you guys got a clip of something or a spot to cite on that Whitney Webb news. I will definitely, pull it up and we can talk about it. But yeah, check this out. This was an interesting story that happened right after, I think it was a couple of weeks back. But a couple of weeks back, this happened in Kansas City after one of the games. But one of the, I guess we're going ahead. We'll play the clip. They explain it out.
Yo, what's up with Shiva? Why he be seeming so like I don't know. That guy's weird to me, man.
I don't know, man.
He's
I don't know.
he just seemed like a character at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like now he want to run around saying, "Oh, he's a house nigga." Don't even say the word right. Don't even sound right saying this shit. Like stop saying it. You know what I mean? He just sound like he really trying. You know what I mean? House nigga.
Who
Dog,
would he say that
it's
about?
not you. Stop. Just stop. Yeah, Hamza, if you talk to no, I'm just saying the way he talks, like he says that, like when he's talking about field, field
Hmm.
niggas, house niggas, he's incorporated that into his media appearances. So somebody on his team need to get him the word, like chill out, B. Like that's not you. You're MIT creator of email. Like, act like that. You know what I mean? You leave that talk to us, right? You know what I mean? You're famous for email and shit like that. You stay over there on that side. On this cultural shit over here, nah, son, you ain't. Nah.
Oh shit. Let's see. Howard Stern didn't drink. Whoa, where's it? Let's say. I guess I missed this. I will
What happened?
definitely
What you
got
miss,
a.
Mario?
I got a thread. I got a thread that I guess I got added to, and so I will definitely hop into that. I haven't been paying attention to Twitter or X yet, so definitely gonna have to see what the hell's going on with that. Um, I just wanted to double check the Rock fans real quick. Okay, nothing over there, but yeah, let's see. Honestly, Meteor, you know what? Put a button in that. I will give my take on that because I know a lot of people are talking about it right now. But let's get this story out of the way real quick, and then we'll hop into it.
Yeah, well, within the last few hours, Willis, the man who lives inside of this home, his lawyer tells Fox 4 that there was a fifth person at this house and that his client went to sleep. And this fifth person that we're just learning about, we're bringing this to you first. He was hanging out with the three victims while Willis was asleep. This just adding to the frustration for these three Metro families who, more than 2 weeks later, feel like they still do not have the full story as to what has happened.
Just the thought of him dying and then sitting outside for 2 days in the cold.
What happened? When did it happen? And how did it happen? The question is still begging to get into. After Clayton McGeeney, Ricky Johnson, David Hare found dead in the backyard.
They died and then froze. They didn't freeze to death.
Tonight we're hearing from the lawyer of the man who lived in the home, John Paserno, today contradicting a statement he released over the weekend where he said his client, Jordan Willis, saw the men leave. He's flipped. Now he claims Willis went to sleep while the three victims and a fifth man continued to hang out in his house.
When he would have people over his house, sometimes, as people do, they get tired. They're people who are very close to you, and then you feel comfortable going to bed and allowing them to leave whenever they want to leave.
Paserno says Willis never left his home once he got back there on Sunday. That's why he didn't notice the men's cars were still there. Paserno says that Willis didn't hear anyone banging on the doors over those 2 days, nor did Willis hear McGinney's fiance break in and scream his name. But minutes later, he did hear police knock on the door.
None of us know what happened to these individuals. And I think it's the most important thing to remember here is these are his three buddies.
Paserno's out of the house. For the families, they just want justice and a story that makes sense to them.
I mean, I think somebody has to end up in custody over it. I mean, regardless of any situation, they're at your house, 3 people died.
And at last check, KCPD is still waiting on autopsy and toxicology reports from the medical examiner's office to determine a cause of death so that they can continue their investigation. We also asked Willis's attorney if drugs played a role in this, and he said that he couldn't really speak to that at this point, but that they were continuing to look into what exactly happened on this night at that Northland home. We'll continue to be on this story, Lauren.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy, Mark.
So, yeah, I was like, I don't know if you heard of that, and I noticed it's not very often that I see a KC story that hits national news, so I wanted to cover it. For those who didn't get the gist of what's happening there, because I know there was a couple of little glitches there, but basically everybody in Kansas City is trying to figure out what happened here, and what was the cause of death. And these people all just randomly died while they're. This guy says that, hey, I said goodbye to everybody and they left, but I guess they went to the backyard and just sat outside, and then we don't know what happened. I don't know if there was some kind of drugs involved and they passed out and then died from the drugs, and then all froze. And the fact that the guy didn't go out of the house for a couple of days, it'd be one thing. Okay, they were in the backyard and you didn't go out the backyard. It is cold, but they didn't even. I mean, the cars were still there at his house, and the fact that he didn't notice the cars kind of seems kind of weird. I don't know, Chris. What's your thoughts on that story?
Dude did something to his friends, and we'll find out eventually. But he killed his friends over what? Lord no, who knows?
Yeah,
he didn't know they was out there and all this stuff like that. Yeah, very weird. He probably doesn't. It probably involved drugs and alcohol. Maybe they got into an argument, but yeah, something not right.
And
didn't he say the cars were there too?
The cars were still there at his house. That's why people were like, this doesn't make any sense.
And you didn't know that your people was there? Come on, son. Not even. Yeah.
Not only that, people are calling him and sending him messages like, yo, none of them came home. What's the deal? Like, do you know anything? Have you heard from them? His girl snuck in the house, like went through a window and is yelling for him. He doesn't answer that either. He only answers when the police show up at the house.
Yeah. Yeah, he did it. He did it.
That's what I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this is about.
That sounds suspect as hell. He did it. Sound guilty all over. I mean, yeah, that. It's a shame though. And the guy they had talking in the interview, it seems like he feels the same way.
Yeah. I mean, he's the fourth guy that was there that he left. So I don't know. But yeah, that's one of the stories that I saw, because we kind of had a little bit of news rundown stuff, a bunch of different things that were kind of that I wanted to touch on in general besides our main stories.
Oh yeah,
But
your man is out too. Your man is out too, right? Didn't he drop out this week?
who what was it,
Your
DeSantis?
homeboy from down here. Yeah.
Yeah. But we knew we knew DeSantis was going to be out. I honestly put out a poll, which I got to double check how it went. When is Haley going to drop out?
You know what's ironic is that they are really treating that chick like she's legitimate
Yeah.
on the Democratic news channels, on the news channels that favor the Democratic Party.
You mean on the donor channels?
Thank you. On the donor channels, they're really high on her, and it's just very suspect. Like all of a sudden, y'all just like, oh yeah, she needs to stay in, and yeah, whatever. But
Yeah.
yes, I mean officially, there's two of them. There's two candidates left running in the Republican Party primary. So make of it what you will. The other guy. The other guy is going to eat.
Honestly, it's not. It's only one candidate, and this is just
Correct. I mean, officially though,
But I can't take it serious when everybody knows she really doesn't have a chance. Like, she's not going to win South Carolina, and then after South Carolina, you're going to have Super Tuesday, and the lead is going to be blown wide open. Also, the Republican electorate just doesn't like her. So she's not going anywhere. And then factoring on top of that, you have the and since you brought it up, I will talk about it. I think we touched on it a little bit about like some of the comments that she makes. Because if she ever got on a debate stage with Trump, it would just be embarrassing. I mean, you already have the sex scandal, out. And then her doubling down on the America has never been a racist country. I mean, are you serious? I would even give her a little benefit of the doubt if she argued like a lot of Republicans do that, oh, it's not racist now, or racism is overblown now. But she says never. America was never a racist country.
Yeah, she has to. Every single minority or non-white person that, becomes a member of the Republican Party or calls themselves a conservative, they have to say just the most outlandish, stupid shit that is designed to offend, minorities. It's designed to insult minorities and to get them to respond a certain way. You know what I mean? But okay. It never was. All right, cool.
I honestly see. I a lot of people I've heard kind of make that argument, but I think it's deeper than that. I think because of the fact that most of the Indian population didn't come into America until like the 70s. I think all of them don't get the real context of the history of this country. That's what I think it really weighs on. They don't get the gravity of the history of this country and how
they don't care.
Grain. Well, of course, I don't think they care. I don't think they cared to ever learn it or care. And that's why you see so many people from the Indian community have such you could say many of them are racist. Some of them even kind of have just I mean, some of them who might not even consider
Well,
themselves
just remember
racist
that
might look at.
that particular community, they value, love, worship the European man, the white man, right? They love them. That's
I
it is
mean,
what it is.
even ones who don't, I think that they're so focused on what happened, that what they dealt with in India and their own oppression, that they don't think anybody else like that ours is close to theirs. And that's what I honestly believe, that they're so focused on thinking that they have been oppressed so much more than anybody else, that we can't fathom what real oppression is. Because that's the feel that I got from Shiva, that even though he's like, going into how screwed up everything is here, he really believes like what he dealt with in India and what Indian people have dealt with puts him in a oppression category that's way deeper than the struggles that us and our ancestors have went through. That's what I honestly believe. I think that they look at, and Liz was just having a conversation with her brother about this, how that mentality of, well, what black people have done this or what black people, and it's almost like a propping up of the white man in general. Just, and I'm like, I'm not saying, there's smart people of all different walks of life and there's accomplishments, but I'm like, are we going with the white supremacist mindset that just white people are just naturally better, that there's no kind of barriers that if other people have went through or delays, and or even just the fact of it's Western civilization and everybody's having to learn the system, learn to operate within Western civilization, and there's no account of history of anybody else's culture outside of Western history. I don't know. What do you think? Oh, ew.
She's corny, Nikki Haley corny, and she ain't going nowhere, and that's it. I don't have
I mean,
much.
I see Chris H's comment says, I think that community can adopt white supremacy easily. They have a racist movement in their nation attacking Muslims, Christians, Sikhs. They come from to EU anti-Muslim ideas. And I think there is a degree of racism that comes with it. I mean, and I kind of learned some of that when I interviewed Sweta. Um uh and she was talking about some of the racism within their own country. And so I do know that there's a certain degree, some of them just have a natural racist towards darker people. And that racism that they come from India with, they have that when they get here. And that mindset of anybody darker than them, they look down on. And so I think there is a good degree of that, but I also think that it has a lot to do. And I notice more the racism that you have is people who have come into this country later on. I'm talking about from minority groups.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is weird. I don't see that as much from Arabs because I think there are black people, plenty of black people in some of the Arab countries. I'm not saying that there aren't racist Arabs, not saying that. So make sure y'all don't knock me on that. But I notice more of that racism does come from Indian communities, Chinese, Koreans. And I think the areas where there are less black people is where you see this stuff more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're minorities, but they have their own shit with them too, just like everybody else. So
Yeah. But that's our thoughts on me on Nikki Haley. Oh yeah, going kind of in order. Meteor Dreams did have a comment which he asked about, and since it's a big story that's been going on, a lot of people have been talking about it. I figured I'll ask you, um, and Nina, we will get to the story. We're going to cover that about Vince McMahon. Um, but Meteor says, are we going to talk about the border invasion? So I'll put that to you first.
So, the story came out, what was it, yesterday, about Mitch McConnell and that conversation he was having, some kind of closed door conversation where McConnell was saying that, and this is funny as shit, that the border is not as important as funding for Ukraine.
Hmm.
I mean, talk about 2 for 1, right? It that tells you a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
He also, Mitch McConnell, according to the reports, also made a mention that they don't, the Republican Party doesn't want to make a deal on immigration with Democrats because Trump is coming. What that means, what that actually meant, I don't know. But let me say this clearly: the Republican Party does not mind, and I have been saying this for months now. The Republican Party, the not so much the voters or the people, but the institution, much like its brethren, the Democratic Party, they don't care about what's going on at the border. They really don't care about any of these people coming here. They don't. Clearly, this is something that they want to have happen. Otherwise, you would allow the border states, such as Texas, to do whatever it is they need to do to protect the border. Because it's not only the Texas border. Some of them will come into Texas, and they disperse throughout the country, even without the governors putting them on the bus and doing it themselves. This is what happens. I do think obviously something needs to be done. Again, I'm from New York. I have a lot of people there. I'm still connected to a ton of people there. They got New York looking a mess. I'm not even gonna lie. That shit is looking crazy. It's not cool what's happening. And like I said, there's some people making some funds from this. It's making people look away. The city councils, state governments, they're doing all they can to protect these people. There's Americans who could use some government assistance, and there's always long lines and red tape and all this like that. Over here, what do you have? An interview, maybe a couple pieces of paperwork to complete, and you're getting food stamps, probably some kind of cash assistance, housing, Medicare, or excuse me, Medicaid. So it's not a good look, especially when you have, a group of Americans who've been saying, at least financially, the government did us wrong. They need to make us right. And they consistently say no. The cost is constantly brought up when discussing this matter. So you're talking cost, you don't have it, it's too expensive. But now all of a sudden we're seeing what we're seeing. The craziness between the federal government and Texas is kind of interesting to watch, because for those who don't know, the federal government basically told Texas, you can't put up all those extra fences you put up, and we're about to come down and cut them shits down. Okay? Why the feds are going to wait? Why the feds wasted their money and time fighting this in court and all this other is weird, for one. Number two, even the people in Texas, they're catching them and bringing them further into the state, right? Either through jail or processing them and bringing and sending them to New York or Chicago or whatever. Why wouldn't you just be running up there and driving them right back across the border if them invading the country is that big of a problem to you? So you kind of have to look at this, a little bit deeper than just looking at it from the angles of simple politics. There's something else going on. Clearly, this is something that the United States government or the rulers want to be happening.
Well, my take on it, and I'll warn y'all, some of y'all might not agree with my take. And I'm fine with being on the island on my take. Honestly, this issue I don't give a fuck about. I don't care. Um, I look at it like this. America goes around destabilizing countries over and over and over and over and over.
This
We
is true.
can't then cry about all the people being flooding into our country. And it doesn't, whether
That's
they're
true.
coming from France, wherever they're coming from. We displaced millions of people when it came to the Iraq war. We displaced millions in Afghanistan. We're funding this thing over here all over the Middle East. And then you factor in
True.
all the way back to Iran Contra, all the stuff we've done through South America. And Reverend Wright was talking about the chickens come home to roost. For we've literally, the Monroe Doctrine, we have been for at least the past 100 years fucking with everybody's country. And because our Western companies want to extract as much out of them as much as possible, whether that is lithium,
Oh,
whether that is quartz, whether that is oil, whether that is diamonds, all of this shit we're extracting out of all these countries and destabilizing all these countries. We're cooing leaders and putting puppets in there literally everywhere around the world, from Ukraine down to Bahrain to UAE, everywhere you can look. So I can't feel some kind of way about those different people coming into this country, even if they were deciding to come into this country because they have some negative feelings about this country and might even want to do something to this country. I can't even, for me, I can't get upset about any of that. And then if they are people who are coming from Mexico or Ecuador and all that, during the Mexican Repatriation Act, you know how many people who were Native Americans to this area, which were dispelled out, that they were the ones who were indigenous to this area, and we literally dispelled them into another country and said, start the fuck over. So when you have a country which you have taken from genociding the original people and then booting out a bunch of people and then building it up off of slave labor, and then wanting to play kumbaya after you've established yourself as a superpower, it's hard for me to feel like, you know, it's hard for me to feel the way these conservatives feel about it. Because when they go into, well, the federal government is doing this in Texas and state rights. Okay, well, what if Arizona decides, well, we're going to just allow everybody to come in? That would be states' rights, right? And wouldn't everybody be pissed off about it? So at what point are you going to be pissed off at the state or the federal government how things are done? It's just a hot mess, which I feel America has done to itself. And therefore, I allow, well, yes, John says, Marcus, you're not a patriot. No, I'm not, because that's the difference between me and a lot of white people in this country. When I hear white people talk about this country, I hear them talk about what they're doing to my country, our country. This ain't mine. I don't own shit here. I don't feel a stitch of ownership. And I feel like this is just a place where I just so happen to live, and some of my family have lived here and trying to do the best we can within this paradigm till I can save up enough money to move out of this dumpster fire that they call America, which is only going downhill and has only been going downhill for the past 40 to 50 years. So for everybody who all of a sudden in the last 5 years, 10 years are now kind of like worried about what's been consistently going on and have done nothing to try to fix or reverse the effects of, I I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't even know what to tell y'all. That's how I feel about it. So you won't see me jumping on the conservative bandwagon of all the people who are like so up in arms and an invasion is coming. And nah, you got it, champ. Y'all can fight amongst yourself on that shit. It's just like the presidential election, whether it's conservative white people for the most part or liberal white people. Y'all really arguing amongst yourselves how this shit gonna run. because y'all the only motherfuckers who really benefiting from shit any damn way. The rest of us, I cannot tell you how, whether it's been Trump, Biden, Obama, none of these motherfuckers, how it's been any difference in my life personally. So I don't get invested in none of these presidents and nothing, because I see it all going in one direction when it really goes down to it. But we can get a first new black whatever to placate the older black people who put some money in their pockets and they straight. But sorry, that's my little rant.
No, that you made excellent and extremely valid points that should be taken into account. Like you said, if you're going to extract resources and you're going to extract money, you best believe that the people are going to follow their money and their resources. The only, I guess it's difficult to stand up and fight, right? I guess it's easier just to get up and go, right? Because there's a lot of people coming here, and it's like, y'all just ain't gonna do nothing at home. Y'all ain't gonna tear nothing up. Y'all just, it does, when you say that, it does spawn a number of reactions, mentally, right? Because you start thinking, but at the end of the day, they're spending a lot of money, and again, this seems as if this is designed to be this way. It doesn't seem as if this quote invasion military. Worry about that.
But then I would push back also on that.
In fairness, Chris, Marcus, let me just think. In fairness, people were complaining back then too. Right now, just the sheer number of them, and that we can see it, is like, oh shit. It's a lot.
Yeah, what about this though? I mean, I look at it like this. And in all honesty, like, people are only concerned about shit. Most of these people, which I'm seeing the dust being kicked up, when it's the other side that they don't like is in charge. And that's when most of these people have a beef against shit. They don't care. Like, most of these conservative people, they don't give two shits when Trump is back in office. They ain't complaining. When Bush was in office, they wasn't complaining. Like, and you can go through when Reagan was going through and all this fucked up shit was going on. They didn't care then either.
In fairness, Marcus, just to push back a little bit. Remember when Bush was in office and he tried pushing the immigration shit? His own peoples fought against him on that. So I just want to throw that part out.
Well, they complain on immigration. They complain on immigration. That's about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they were a little they did show a little consistency. That's all I'm pointing out.
But they didn't care when he's turning a blind eye to Contras and letting money slip to them and guns and all that.
Yeah, that.
Didn't care about that.
Correct.
Didn't care about extracting wealth out of the Middle East and that displacing a bunch of people into Europe. They didn't care about that. Correct. And that's what I'm saying. Marcus, these people pick and choose when they want to be upset about the shit. And Yonita was like, where are you gonna run to? Oh, there's plenty of places to go. And it's not, I don't consider it running, because it's not like I'm running from anything. I'm just I've lived in other places where the vibe is just different. And for me, I would just rather to not be in the rat race or the stress of America.
I feel kind of a way to this is a little bit of a different topic, but we're nimble. We can go in and out.
Yeah,
I feel this way about Zionism and this focus on Zionism.
Which don't go too deep into Zionism, because we're gonna talk about it later.
Yeah, I'm not. It's just I see a lot of people discussing it, and it's good, and it's also frustrating at the same time, because it's like, you motherfuckers, we've been telling y'all, not just me and you, but people have been telling people about them for decades, And they've always just like, oh, they're just the conspiracy theorists who talk that stuff. Why are you saying this stuff? Now I'm seeing all, and even since I've been on Twitter and doing this, I've been watching some of our contemporaries, I would say, or other people in this space, and independent people. And some of these people have been around for years, at least on Twitter with their commentary, if not their own shows and programs and such. And 2 or 3 years ago, they didn't know what Zionism was,
I'm gonna tell you,
and it was problematic. And it was
I gotta tell you,
Zionism was problematic then. It's still fucking problematic. Like there was so many.
I gotta tell you this. I gotta say this, Chris. I gotta say this real quick to add in there, and you can keep cooking. But I just gotta throw a little something in the pot with you. I'm blown away by how many people out there, and people, some of y'all in this chat, I gotta call y'all out too, who listen to all these other channels, who are way bigger than us, who have not been talking about this stuff, which I've heard out of their own mouths, that many of these issues, they didn't know about this shit a year ago. Now, even before I really knew the whole deal on what Jewish people believe, even going into Zionism, I knew about the Israel-Palestine shit when I was like 18. And I'm like, how in the fuck are y'all don't know this? How do y'all not realize what's been going on all this damn time? How are y'all making it into y'all 30s and 40s and 50s and not knowing anything about this shit? But going ahead.
No, Oz Whistle just reminds me too. And the thing is, when we were telling them Zionism, they want to respond with things like, "Oh, you're attacking Jewish people." So they weren't even, for all these people who study theory, right? All these motherfuckers on the left, all these independent content creators who scream at socialism, communism, Karl Marx, Trotsky, Lenin, Mao, all these people. So you know about all this shit, but y'all ain't know nothing about Zionism as a political ideology.
Yeah.
You niggas are so smart, you stupid.
Well, what it is I think like, and what I've noticed, and I've been complaining about this as long as I can remember, because even back to when I was doing, like fresh out of the military, and I was part of Vote Vets and Iraq and Afghanistan veterans. I might be twisting it around. I don't remember. It's been so long ago since I dealt with that. But back then, we were always concerned with foreign policy and foreign adventures and what the military was getting into. And I noticed the left, and when I say the left, for any conservatives listening, I'm not talking about fucking Nancy Pelosi. I know you guys don't have a clue that, you guys think that everybody who is left of Boehner or anybody who's left of Nancy Pelosi, or actually, I won't say Nancy Pelosi. Let's say what left of Jeb Bush is the left. That's not the fucking left. Those are moderates. You guys, there's virtually not even a left in this country that you guys don't realize. You guys don't even realize what a leftist actually is. It frustrates me so much when I hear them call people like, call people like, good example, Chuck Schumer, a leftist. I'm like, you goddamn morons. That's not a fucking leftist. He's damn near a Republican. Only thing about it is he's cool with gay rights and abortion, but he's everything else. He fucking agrees with you guys on. I wouldn't say no names. Chris H, I ain't saying no names.
And to Chris H, those people were, they were actually, they actually were. But there's a lot of I'm talking in the independent.
Chris is talking about people who have been around within the under 5-year range. Like all of them have been around for a while.
Even since Obama. even since the Obama era. Let's just start there. Like, let me just bookmark that, right? Even from that point, they didn't even see it when, they're too busy sucking off Obama to realize what the hell was going on. And you tried to tell them, and they were so scared. I want to use another word, but I think I don't want you to mess with the channel. But they were so. You already know I want to say that they just missed it. They missed it. Even 9/11, right? Everybody wants to jump into 9/11. Oh, it's a conspiracy. The government did it or whomever did it. Look into the principal players there. Look into all the names there. Look at who benefited. Look at who was saying what the year, 2, 3, 4 years prior to 9/11. Look at what one particular group of people were saying and advocating for, hoping to happen, and it did happen. Like, man, these people are really, I guess they're just learning this shit. You know what I mean? So I should shoot everybody a little bit of grace, because
I just had to,
again,
I had to share Ramon's a comment here. It just gave me a little chuckle. So this is from Rockfin. So I just had to share it.
Rockfin, what up?
Shout out to Ramon Correa over there, and our brother Gregory is in the building also. Good to have y'all over there, and shout out to everybody who's listening over there on the Rockfin side. And if you're new to the chat, feel free to hop in, please. Hop into the discussion. We're not just fanboys who only want people who are going to agree with us. If you guys have a critique that you can say, of course, a respectful critique, and that's did in good faith. We don't want to just be, arguing over some stupid stuff, or we do like a good intellectual debate. So please don't feel free to hop in with your comments. Marcus, I always say the real left aren't any corporate politics. The real left has no power in this country. That's what Republicans don't understand. The real left has no power in this country.
They're non-existent.
You only have liberals. You don't have. I don't care if they call themselves all this other shit. They are liberals at best. Obama himself basically admitted that he modeled himself out after Ronald Reagan.
Yep.
I mean, in all honesty, if Ronald Reagan was a politician right now, I don't think how far the right has went that they would even accept a Ronald Reagan. They would look at him. And in all honesty, there's not much difference from Ronald Reagan than Chuck Schumer right now. There's really not much difference. But this iteration of the Republican Party has went so far to the right. And here's the crazy part about it. Americans don't realize our right in this country is so far to the right of everybody else in the world. I mean,
yes, they are.
They almost could just literally just say, actually, we're the fascist party and just get it over with. You're not even right anymore. You're just, most of y'all are just fascists, to be honest. But thank you. Appreciate it, Ramon. But I saw something else. Political Matrix, J. Edgar Hoover destroyed the American left, but no one knows that. Yeah, that's true. That when they were rounding up all the socialists and McCarthy was going after all the communism and all that, But honestly, the left has never had any power in this country. Never had any power. And for the most part, it has been a kind of center right. This country is always operated center right. It has never went to the left. Now, social issues, they went so-called left. But who's defining these terms? Because when you get outside of this country, LGBTQ is not a left-right issue. Abortion in some of these countries is not a left-right issue. So it goes into Americans having a piss poor understanding of the political process and political system and political parties, and a great deal of propaganda allowing people to manipulate stuff and call them whatever the hell they want to. Hamza says Europe is also liberal, not left. Exactly. There's virtually not any left countries in basically, Western civilization. There's virtually hardly any. I mean, now you could say and make an argument for social democrats in like Denmark, Sweden, something like that. But for the most part, there's no left. Not really.
Yeah,
Let's see.
there's no left, bro.
All you have is right or more right.
Yeah, there's no left, and there hasn't been a real left in this country in a long time. And to the extent there was a left, it was a super small minority already.
Well,
And
the
they're gone.
the
They
furthest
got
left.
older.
Uh-huh.
They got older. They died. They went to prison.
And sold out a lot of them.
No, I'm just saying they went to prison. They died, got older, and became apathetic. So,
I mean, yeah, you can make an argument for possibly FDR for being part of the left. And after that, what, maybe JFK, and JFK was not actually very left. Since then, there's no left. So it blows my mind every time I always hear them with their nonsense. But sorry, that's me going off on a tangent. I should leave it alone.
yeah.
But another story that I wanted to cover. Do you got the
Marcus, real quick? Let me just give my last thought to
That's what I'll do. I'll put it in the
media
private so I don't spoil it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make my last point on Meteor's comment, talking related to migration, the migrants. Clearly, if you live in a city in which they are bringing these people in, you're going to feel a way about it. You're going to form an opinion about it. If it does affect your life in some kind of way, you're going to feel a way about it. Ultimately, though, just know your government wants this to happen, because there is a very clear way of making this stop. First of all, if you were just sending people back, again, if they were treating the people like they were Haitians, then that's how you stop immigration. Because the point I made last time, they don't allow the Haitians to touch these lands. They turn their ass back around real quick. If they were to treat everybody like that, it wouldn't be an invasion. Clearly, they want this to happen. Where is it going? I don't know. Yo, Marcus, you saw Charlie Kirk's stupid ass comment earlier this week?
Well, I guess since we on the right now, I'm talking about people on the right. Yeah. I kind of did want to touch this, but I didn't know if you wanted to talk about this or not, because I hate to phrase it this way, but like the whole the Jimmy Dore's sphere, that sphere of people, they've been also hardcore on DEI. Oh my God, DEI. And I was like, you know what? I wonder if I should even tackle this, but now that Charlie Kirk has kind of brought it to attention that it needs to be spoken about. And I heard it's kind of funny, like Norm Finkelstein is getting all these kudos right now, but I heard him make a completely ass analysis of DEI not that long ago. When his back and forth that he was doing with Breonna Joy Gray before October 7th happened. But what people like Charlie and for those who don't know what Charlie Kirk said, Charlie Kirk said, I don't know if you got the video, you want to pull it up, because I can paraphrase it.
No, we don't need,
But
we don't need to pull that shit up. He was in the panel, and they were
go
talking.
ahead.
You know, him and his, I was gonna say Charlie Kirk and his, you know, corny ass cornball friends was at some panel, and then, of course they're getting their base or their followers all worked up over DEI. For those who don't know what DEI, it is diversity, equity, and inclusion. These are programs that corporate America is running to, you know, bring more quote unquote diversity to the workplace. For me, it really just means that they want to put more gay and trans people in places, right? Because if you already had affirmative action for Black people, you didn't need DEI to place Black people in places, right? So to me, I think it's something else. But then Charlie goes on to say that if he gets on the plane, he sees a Black pilot, he's thinking DEI. I look at Charlie and I think, what a pussy. I look at Charlie and I'm like, what a coward. I look at Charlie and think, you're yet another example of an underwhelming white guy who is in a position because rich white men wanted to put you in a position. Charlie Kirk is not, he doesn't come across, he's not a funny dude. He's not a good looking dude. He ain't got no swag. He, you know, he looks like it looks like he does funny butt stuff with his homeboys when the camera's off. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not knocking people. I'm just saying he just looks like that type, you know? So when to him saying that when he sees a Black pilot, he's thinking DEI. I look at Charlie and I'm just like, yeah, you're another Nepo baby, so to speak. You understand? You're a paid goon. You're a secretary, B.
Mhm.
And yet he talks like he's some kind of boss. And it's, you know, it's funny. And, you know, Marcus, real quick, you know, I had texted you something this week and you had said, you know, let you know how it goes. Oh man, I had an interesting week.
Hold on that one.
No, I just want to say, no, this ties into it, right? Because there was a couple things, but I was told that I should check out Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens because they do good work. This is what somebody told me this
That's
week.
what they said in the lunch. Wow.
Yeah, and you know, I want to say this to all white conservatives or conservatives, period, right? Stop telling niggas to listen to Candace Owens. Stop telling us to
listen to anybody.
Stop telling us about DEI because you know what? Chances are somebody such as myself could probably run rings around you with the shit I done forgot. Okay? I'm not saying I know everything, but I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I'm in the knife drawer. A lot of these people I speak to when they make comments, they're a spoon in the knife drawer.
Oz asked, he says, I got dyslexia. What is DEI? It's diversity, equity, inclusion. Now, Sabby was doing a good job kind of going into this. And
is Jimmy
this is
kind of DEI?
No, he's against it.
Oh.
No, hell no, he not for it. Jimmy Dore is more, Jimmy Dore, he looks like he's trying to, you know,
cultivate a different audience.
I would say cultivate the MAGA audience. It's pretty clear what audience he's going for. It's pretty clear what he's going for. He's trying to get the MAGA money. And he's slowly creeping over. When people would say that, I'm like, nah, that's not what's going on. But no, that's what's going on. And Chris H makes a great point here. He says DEI and woke means the N word now, because before you had DEI,
using it, correct.
The way they're using it, before you had DEI, you had woke. Before you had woke, you had what was that called? Affirmative action. And why did we need any of the why were any of these programs produced? Because what it's shown is when you have white people in these positions, They don't try to hire black, brown people. Typically, they don't. They a lot, and studies have showed plenty of times they go out of their way to not hire. Now, part of whether it's DEI, whether it was affirmative action, first of all, to Charlie Kirk's dumbass comment, you have to meet the standards first. They're not just giving out fucking jobs to any nigga who show up. That's not how it works. So then you have to actually get your flight hours. You have to actually qualify. You have to actually show proficiency that you understand what the hell you're doing. And then what they do is after you've shown that you're a capable pilot, just like whoever the other applicants are, now they will look to try to see, well, we don't have a lot of black pilots. Well, let's try to hire one of these qualified black pilots. It's the same thing which happened with affirmative action. You had to hit the SAT scores or the ACT scores. You had to have that. You had to have the GPA. Because I heard Robbie from Ryzen say this dumbass shit. You had to meet those first. Then after you met those, then you were given a certain credit to help boost you, because what was happening and what still happens in most college admissions, over 40% of those who are admitted are legacy. So legacy takes up a big chunk of that. And if you guys haven't done the math or realize, a lot of legacy are white kids. Then after that, all these other kids who get in there, and what you have typically is they weren't admitting as many minority kids into these spots. Because let's say, hold on. Let me finish this part real quick. When you have a bunch of people where there's not very much difference in between GPAs and their SAT scores and all that, the next category they go to is references or referrals. If you were referred from like a state senator, a judge, or something like that, which a lot of these upper middle class white kids tend to have things like that, which help boost them, that's credited also. And then your extracurriculars, all of these things factor in. And what was happening is, since a lot of these black kids didn't have some of these things, they weren't getting the point. And what it was doing is it was pushing many of them out, especially out of the Ivy League schools. And so all it is first and foremost, you got to be able to hit and qualify, whether it's the school admissions or in these jobs programs. You have to qualify first. So they're not putting unqualified fucking people. But dumbass conservatives love to push this narrative that they're putting a whole bunch of unqualified people. But go on ahead, sir.
That if Charlie Kirk sees a black pilot, then he should just get off the plane. You know what? Walk, take the bus. You know, call one of your sugar daddies to put you on a private plane with the white pilot so you can feel comfortable. And I would say the same to all of you motherfuckers who, you know, think about DEI when you see a black or a non-white pilot. You know what? Actually, I'm not even upset that he said that, right? Because quite honestly, I feel the same way about them. When I see a lot of them, I think a lot of you are unqualified as I think, hey, it is what it is. A lot of you are only where you are because daddy had a position, because Uncle John got you a job, because Aunt Nancy hooked you up. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg, let's look at that. Let's look at Bill Gates. You got help, the hookup. So all these people that we think are great businessmen. I mean, Elon Musk, everybody, oh, you know, that's Tony Stark. Do you get a bunch of government money, dog, to fly rockets into the sky that just, you know, out of our eyesight? And you're telling us you're flying to fucking Mars. You lying piece of shit. So again, there's a lot of these dudes who are very mid. And Charlie Kirk is less than mid. If we was talking weed, and y'all know I love my bud, if we was talking bud, like Charlie Kirk is like fucking Reggie Bush or Bobby Brown. You know what I'm saying? He not no Zop. He's not no good. You know what I'm saying? And no disrespect to those people, but you know, in the weed world, that's some whack shit. You know.
Well, you saying
But
he ain't got the purple hairs?
that's what I'm saying, son. He's whack. He's mad vanilla.
You don't see the crystals on it?
You don't see nothing on his shit, dog. His shit is straight bad. You know what? His shit is CBD trying to sell you some THC. That's what Charlie Kirk is. He's CBD in your THC bag. So
he ain't no moon rocks. He ain't no moon rocks.
Correct. So to Charlie Kirk and the rest of them who feel how they feel, you know, and you know, DEI aside, you know what I'm saying? Correct, Atrez. He's oregano. Thank you. That's even better. He's oregano.
The oregano, which they spray that shit on it.
Yeah. He's oregano with the weed cologne.
Yep. I just
Candace Owens is part of well, I don't know if she's still part of Turning Point. She does her own thing.
No,
but,
no.
You know, her
no,
and Charlie Kirk
she's part of
cool,
Daily Wire.
Oh, okay.
She's part of Daily Wire now.
Yeah. But whatever, they was cool. They were part of Blexit and the rest of it, all that bullshit they was on, you know.
Well, they were trying to astroturf Blexit. They were trying their best, and that's something all these.
You know what's funny? They
always try to find a black person that they think can be the Republican Moses that can bring black people over to the Republican Party. But here's the thing: at best, all you can do is expose black people to how bad the Democratic Party is and get them to possibly not vote or stay home. But many of y'all policies, y'all not getting black people to come over there. That's just not going to happen.
I mean, and you know what? To all you black conservatives who have rocked with them, you know what? Stay over there too. You own that shit. You know what I'm saying? You stay there. You made friends with them. You stay over there. You deal with that. You keep going over there. And you know what's this guy's name? He's a writer on Twitter. Jeff Charles, I think is his name. Do you know him? The conservative dude. He was a writer from, I can't remember what website he is on. I think he wrote for Red State a couple of times, but you know, he's a conservative dude who's on Twitter, and he likes always dealing in their world and shit like this. And then when shit like this comes up, he's all offended and bothered by the response of his audience to him. Nah, you stay right there, dog. That's your people. That's your bed. You lay in it. You know, if they kicked you out the bed for you to sleep on the floor because they think less of you, then oh fucking well, I don't feel bad for you, because that's the lot you chose to. That's the people you chose to chill with. You know what I mean? That's the people you chose to sit with at lunch. You know what I'm saying? So
and Linnea is 1000% correct, because what I've been noticing lately is it's been a whole lot of young black conservatives all of a sudden coming out of nowhere. And honestly, I don't even really believe that they are. I believe it's a grift. I believe that they know they can get online, say whatever. They ain't even going to show up to the polls probably. And they can say whatever, because conservatives, even if they think you faking it, it's something that they cannot resist about seeing a black person give any kind of credit to a Republican. It's something they just, they just love it. They like you remember the assistant coach in Waterboy with the overalls when they scored?
Yeah.
That's what they do. That's what they do when they see a black person caping for them. They love it.
They love, even if they don't think you're authentic, to your point, they just want to hear the words. They just want to see somebody who looks like you or I be super duper critical, especially of black Democratic voters and politicians and operatives. And they want you to say the more foul you could say about those people, the bigger the donation becomes. Because you look at all of them. You look at Brandon corny ass Tatum. You look at
Herschel Walker's son.
Yeah, even Hotep Jesus to a certain extent.
Your boy
You look,
Dom Lucre.
Dom. Oh God, this fucking guy. You know, it's all of them. What's the older black dude too?
Thomas Sowell that they love.
Correct. The list just goes on and on. But you know, it is a grift though, because if you tell that particular audience what they want to hear, like I said, the donations just start. They just start coming in. You're like, damn, I didn't even ask them for money.
Or you have the ones who they just want to say it to sound different. What was it, Nas and somebody else that came out with what, Black Conservatives or some shit like that for a little bit because they was doing an album. I think it was what was it, Nas and Jay-Z?
Yeah,
I don't remember. No, that was doing the Black Conservative thing for a minute.
Oh no, they did a song Black Republican.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That.
Yeah. But you know, it's annoying. Like Hotep Jesus don't believe people as human. Yeah, you know, Hotep again. I watched some of his content. Again,
you said it right,
he positions himself as he's smarter than now. Is smarter than thou. He knows way more. He forgot more than you'll ever know.
Wow.
You know, he's just damn. Correct. And he likes, and Hotep likes to speak in such a way that he knows the audience will follow his every words because he talks in a way that they like. And he has to keep talking this way because it's his shtick. He can't get off of it, you know. That guy is West Indian, but you see he always speaks in a certain way. And I you know, listening to it gets annoying after a while.
What it seems like he's doing is he's like copping some of the Black consciousness movement kind of, you know, like and they mocked it in Don't Be a Menace when he was like, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Yeah, that's that Nation of Islam kind of 5%er kind of, you know, cadence and lingo that they're kind of stealing off of.
Oh, streets, there is no movement. It's just a character on the internet we're talking about, but there is no.
No, the Hotep movement is like kind of dead. Like that's been dead since like early 2000s dead. Every now and then you got somebody who try to revive it. I mean, it's the same thing with some of these cats who, which I was thinking back in the day, like me and Chris were talking about with some of the 5%ers. I was thinking like some of these people was just like lazy Nation of Islam. Like they were like liberal Nation of Islam, but no, they came up. Well, really, that's what 5%ers really are. It's kind of taking what they feel like are the strong points from the Nation of Islam, but they still want to smoke weed and do whatever the hell they want to do, and eat pork and smoke cigarettes and do all that. That's pretty much what it is. It's just like Nation of Islam who can do all the shit that they're not supposed to. I mean,
yeah.
That's how I see it.
So
they speak the same lingo for the most part, but it's kind of funny. I watched. Speaking of that, I'm just a quick side note. I watched a Muslim run up on the Nation of Islam, and it was not pretty. Pretty much chopped him up on that. He was like, "Yo, you don't know basically what you're talking about," and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he couldn't have met somebody else from the Nation of Islam that could have done a better job, but he made the Nation of Islam take a black eye that day.
Torre's another one who likes to appeal to white people. He goes out of his way to appeal to white folks. If he tries too hard to cultivate that audience.
I worry about him too, because he be jumping back and forth on stuff. I don't know about him.
Yes, and he's always in that space with them, and it's again, he does make good points, right? He's not a stupid person, at least I don't think. But
none
again,
of these people who get in and run these grifts are stupid. I mean,
none of them. You cannot say that.
mm-hmm.
So
Now,
but
you could say this one cat. I don't remember what they're called. They're a little crazy. They wear I mean, they paint they face and all that, and are like very militant and got like a gay leader. I don't remember what the name of them is called. And I'm not saying gay like trying to like haha make fun of him gay. Like no, dude is like an actual like proud member of the LGBTQ community, the leader. What is the name of that group? You know what I'm talking about? Who they paint their face and they like real militant. I don't know. Somebody in the chat will probably know what I'm talking about. And like, dude, like it's like he's trying to take like Black Panthers and like the Joker and like mix it together. It's like some wild shit. I don't know who they are, but
all right,
he's trying to go
peace
after
out,
people.
man.
Peace out, brother. Well, my thing is, and that's what I was saying, Linnea, that's what I was saying about Vivek. I noticed it seemed like it's an issue throughout that whole entire community of a lot of these Indian politicians. That's why I brought up the stuff about race earlier. Yes, it's very cringy, John. Very cringy. With red paint.
Yeah, Hamza, that's what I mean. He's now calling them out recently. When did you realize that the Libertarian Party had deficiencies? You just realized this in the 21st century? You didn't know this in the 20th century? You just realized that these people the Libertarians have a huge blind spot, and they won't see it because it's a blind spot, obviously. But yeah, there's holes all in their thinking, and I've done my back and forth with them, over the years, online and offline, because I know a few of them in real life. And every time I ask them just certain questions, they don't know what to say. That was the problem with Ron Paul and a lot of his supporters, that he made a lot of sense on a lot of things he said, but they just act like there's not Americans in America. Make of that what you will.
Damn, I wish I could find the name of that group. I can't find them, but I know
Insane
that.
Clown Posse?
No. I mean, it's a real like actual like group, like not like a music group, like hardcore political, and they all stand out with their guns all posed up like background dancers for Public Enemy, and the lead singer just with his baseball bat on his shoulder giving long monologues while he in clown makeup. I mean, I don't know what it is. Yeah, I can't remember Streets. I wish. I mean, it'll come back to me eventually. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Somebody trashing tech. Hey man, where'd that come from? Somebody trashing tech. Y'all better chill out. We only got one. We only got one rapper out of KC that blew up. Don't be trashing.
And Marcus, look how whack the Breakfast Club is. DJ Envy and Charlemagne the Hoe. You see how whack they are. They had Vivek on their program just the other day. They don't. Man,
they had Pierce Morgan on there the other day. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all doing?
Son, I will tell you, anybody on these programs on the iHeart, which used to be Clear Channel, right? Wasn't that Clear Channel? Maybe somebody in the chat will correct me if I'm wrong. But again, you're doing the bidding, you're doing the political bidding of your masters, because what the hell does Vivek? First of all, he just dropped out, right? So
he dropped out right before New Hampshire.
Yeah, so he just dropped out. You didn't have him on prior to that. Maybe he did. I don't know. But they waste a lot of time bringing on people who are maybe just somewhat popular, but they're really fucking stupid. They don't do any homework on anybody, but they'll bring people on. And because Charlemagne speaks about politics, all of a sudden now he's somebody that, Black America should be listening to, or we take our political cues from. The show is so corny, man. The play is so old. I'm tired of that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they did have him on, right, Hums? I thought so. But it's whack, dog. It's corny as fuck. That's why, that club is, the Breakfast Club is over. I don't ever listen to them. I just see clips online. I've been thought the show was whack. Actually, I always thought it was whack.
Ooh. Hamza said he bleaches his skin. Yeah. I don't know. I'll try to look that guy up or that group up in a minute. I can't remember. But yeah, some move on. Said he made us. Yeah, now he's trying to get people to he gonna push for Biden again. Just know. Once Trump is the nominee and he get closer, he gonna be back to it again. I know Biden is not this and that, but it's gonna be the vote blue no matter who shit. So we already know where he's going with this.
Streets, hell yeah, streets. The streets, it's garbage, dog. I promise you. It's super garbage.
Oh, well, there we go. Look.
He already did what?
He already did. He already pushing for Biden.
Look,
man,
Charlemagne actually said something critical of and truthful about Biden. Basically say, yo, he looked too old. I mean, not look. He said he's too old and he shouldn't be the guy running the country. All of a sudden, Angela Rye is being sent up there, and they sent Angela Rye, who is a DNC talking head. They sent her up to the show, and then they sent them on a media tour on NBC, Fox, and the rest of it to talk about nonsense. Again, it makes me think of what Malcolm X said. Oh, you black leaders. Oh, the black leaders are entertainers and this and that. So in a discussion about politics on all these news networks, you have on Angela Rye and Charlemagne the God. One is an employee essentially of the Democratic Party, right? Or a contractor, a subcontractor, whatever, for the Democratic Party. Charlemagne is a guy who is in entertainment, who knows a teeny tiny bit about politics. Furthermore, it's all only electoral politics. It's nothing else. It's only electoral politics. People don't even realize they're setting the boundaries for you. And you can walk past them if you want, but so many people don't realize they can,
Well, I mean, I guess on that note, we can go on ahead and let's talk about your boy, your favorite. We'll talk about him since we're already talking about politics still. Let's read a little bit of this. I'm gonna read a little bit of this, y'all. I know y'all been dying to hear about this.
Y'all going to my savior?
Yes,
my savior. Everybody's
favorite.
Donald.
Everybody's favorite.
Oh, look at Donnie.
I guess it's a clip. It's a clip. Hold on. Let's see what they got to say about it. What is it? 2-minute clip? Yeah, I'll play it. Why not?
Ordering him to pay more than
$80
million in damages to writer E. Jean Carroll for defamation. The decision handed down by a jury in New York on Friday. Bradley Blackburn has more on what unfolded.
E. Jean Carroll didn't speak as she left the court, but her broad smile spoke volumes after a jury ordered
Is that Jeremy
former
Schaff
President Trump to pay her millions for making defamatory statements about her in 2019. The $83.3 million in damages includes $7.3 million for emotional harm, $11 million to help repair her reputation, and $65 million in punitive damages. During the trial, Carroll's attorney
go
had
back.
told the jury
Go
the
back,
one
go
thing
back,
Donald
go
Trump
back,
cares
back.
about is money.
I think it will be difficult to obtain this money, but I think obviously
And
Go back to the
$65
list.
million
Yeah,
in
pause it there,
punitive
dog.
damages.
Pause it
During
right
the trial,
there.
Carroll's attorney had $2 million in punitive.
You know, so look at the disbursement breakdown, dog.
Ooh.
Look at the breakdown, Marcus. Yo, what's your favorite one here? I know what my favorite one is. What's yours?
My favorite one is the 11 million. Help her repair her reputation. What? What? He got to run commercials for this bitch? I mean, what the? Come on.
Yo,
What?
Marcus, that was mine
I'm
too.
sorry. That slipped out. I didn't mean to call this woman out her name. I mean, come on. What?
That's mine
What is he?
too.
What he got to do? He got to hire a publicist and like for the rest of her short life. I mean, the lady got to be at least like almost 80 years old. I mean, what are we talking about here? Like what?
Yo, 11 million. Marcus, that was the same one I chose too. That was the one that got me. That's why I was telling you to pause it.
I get emotional damage and I get that. But I mean, in all honesty, if they would have just been like, yo, you need to just pay X amount of dollars, cool. But when you itemize it like this is what it's for. What? Because when it comes down to it, the 11 and the 7.3 are already punitive. So why do you need an extra 65 million in punitive?
Thank you. So Marcus, this is just the court. They're showing the people who are quote unquote, and this is to Kat's point in the comments, right? You keep dragging this man through court. You hit him with $83 million. No one is going to look at this, listen to this, besides partisan hacks who are paid. No one's going to look at this and think like, oh, this makes sense. Everybody knows it's stupid, you know? And everybody knows he's not going to pay it.
Well,
she's not going to see a dollar. She's not going to see a dollar of this, probably. Again, to Kat's point, everything they do, including what's going on with Fannie Willis down in Georgia, as I keep talking about for the last couple of weeks here, they can't get themselves together enough. It seems as if they're doing everything to ensure Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, despite the words that come out their mouth. They need him to be president. They're not making any money, the media companies, without him. They need him to come back. As much as they're trying not to cover him, you know, what's that dumbass on MSNBC? What's that man name who got the 9 o'clock show on MSNBC?
I have no clue. I haven't watched MSNBC in so long.
No, what's that dude's name? He does election coverage. He wears glasses.
White guy Steve Kornacki?
No.
Chris
Rachel
Hayes?
Rachel Maddow.
That guy.
Yeah. So that guy, yeah. Oh, Janina got where I was going. Good shit.
I call her Rachel Mad Cow.
Yeah, whatever she is. I caught a clip of her somewhere outside, and I heard her voice. I was like, "Yo, people still listen to this chick, to this dude." I didn't get it.
Yep, they still listening.
Yeah,
I'm with Thomas here.
What Thomas said?
Damn, we should all sue the orange dude. LOL. Then again, we're not white ladies.
Thomas, yes, you are. Yes, you are. You identify as a white lady. That's all that matters these days, right? So yeah, we should all identify as white ladies and go sue. We should sue
I mean,
everybody.
why can't I identify as Shaquille O'Neal? I mean, I should be able to. I should be able to walk right into his house because I am Shaquille O'Neal
Mm-hmm.
and drive his cars, and the bank should send me the his credit card
Yo,
because I am Shaquille O'Neal. I identify as Shaquille O'Neal.
A trend said repair the coochie at 83.
Yeah, that might take him $11 million.
Yeah. That might. Yeah, Trez, you was on to something, bro. Yeah.
She about to buy a whole new body.
Yeah, she about to be new body for real.
She like, can we get those skin transplants also? I need a nice 25-year-old.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
That's what I'm like, man. She
Adam Bashir, the Blue Marvel. Exactly, John, right? Don't we all wish?
What is it like that old what was it, $1 Million Man? We can rebuild him. And the crazy part about it, what she can do is after she spent all that money fixing herself up, go back around him, let him grab her again, and then she can hit him for a double suit.
I guess so. I guess so. Yo,
do plastic surgery to look like Melania, and then he fuck up and grab the wrong woman.
They've spent more time telling us about this breakdown and disbursement than they did about anything about related to Epstein. And you know what's funny?
Well, and we're gonna talk a little bit about Epstein later on too.
Ironically, with the Epstein case, as much as people talk, it's still the same Virginia Giuffre. I'm not sure how to pronounce her name, but it's like the same 3 victims in all these cases. So nobody else has said anything. I mean, clearly we know, but even the coverage on that seems like boxed in to a certain extent. Like here are the parameters of this particular discussion. We'll allow you to say rape, child abuse, trafficking, etc., and we'll allow you to name certain people, a Trump, a Clinton, so on and so on and so forth. Again, these seem to be the parameters. When you go outside the parameters, then it gets real sticky and they don't want to talk about that. But anyway, go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah. I mean, that's all I had on that. I mean, you guys know the gist of it. We just think it's kind of like crazy. This is what the verdict is this amount of money. I mean, Trump, you should have just settled out of court. I mean, if she ever get any of that money, because if it's me, I don't care if I spend 100. I don't care if I spend 115 million. I'm gonna spend that much keeping you tied up in court to never get a dollar from me.
Correct. I will file motion after motion after motion, bankruptcy after bankruptcy. Yeah, we could do this. All right, cool. This is a game you want to play? All right, bet.
Especially you're gonna come at me after like 20 years or so. No, hell no. I'm sorry, but on that note, you're already talking about trafficking, so we might as well roll right into the next story.
Oh, we have double overtime in Golden State tonight right now.
Who are they playing?
The Lakers and Golden State just went double overtime. This shit is crazy. This is a game, kid.
Yeah, they all gonna be talking about it here.
Yeah, you know me. I love my basketball, kid. Like I love.
I don't know. Did you see that thing I sent you about the basketball, or did I send it to you? I don't remember. About the NBA?
What, saying like what? It's fake and rigged, and the referee.
No, it said the NBA is the most zestiest sport.
Oh,
let me see if I.
Yeah,
did I
I agree.
Send it to you?
Well, no, look, you got Dwayne. Look, Dwayne Wade is a representative of the NBA, so yeah, the NBA definitely got that. Oh, Marcus, You know, since we know sports, side note, I know we're gonna jump off. We're gonna go back to Epstein, y'all. We just want to talk sports for a few minutes, right? Because it's playoff and shit like that. And Hamza, I see your boxing talk. Marcus,
I don't think we got
just-
enough I don't think we got enough people who know about boxing to go into boxing. But I mean, I'm always fine with it.
Marcus, so what's really good, son? Are you afraid of that boy? That boy coming? That boy y'all gotta go see tomorrow.
Honestly,
You're
we
not
got a
nervous?
secret weapon. No, we got a secret weapon.
Who?
It's called Taylor
TS?
Swift. It's called Taylor
Oof.
Swift, and the NFL wants Swifty jersey sales. So gonna be a strong chance that we might see the Chiefs in the Super Bowl on that alone.
Damn, Cardi B, is she single yet? Because I was gonna say, that would probably be the only one I would throw. Maybe they could fake a relationship between Lamar and
She's not
Cardi.
big enough. She's not big enough.
But in the hood, she is.
No, yeah, but hood, but look, they already tried that with Sierra. It didn't work.
Yeah, but that's Sierra. Sierra, not Cardi.
But it ain't. I'm telling you, it ain't bringing the revenue. It will not bring the revenue. It got to be somebody like. You got to bring like Celine Dion or like.
No, she can't.
What's her name? Like Adele or something. You got to be somebody like that.
Yeah, but Rich Paul got that on Smash. Yo, you know what? Shout out to LeBron's homeboys. Shout out to LeBron and his relationship with his homeboys from high school, because he really did keep it a stack, and he still rock with the same dudes he was rocking with from high school, and they all get big bags. Yo, his homeboy bagged Adele, dog. Like, that's fire.
But that's what I'm saying. It gotta be somebody. It gotta be somebody huge like that who you can get coming to the game. Because the problem with bringing somebody who just got hood celebrity and like hood legendary, they not about to be all of a sudden just buying whoever they dating's jersey like that.
Yeah, I know. Beyonce will have to go put on some purple and black, and that would be the only other way that.
But it wouldn't work because Beyonce is probably the only one that would work with.
Correct.
But Beyonce is with Jay, so that ain't gonna happen. It had to be somebody to that level and somebody who got the crossover. Because I mean, I hate to say it this way, but it's the people who support a Taylor Swift is the ones who like, I support her so much, I'm gonna go spend a whole bunch of money on some shit I don't even know nothing about.
I'm gonna go buy Travis Kelce jerseys. I'm gonna buy 5.
Yeah, you're not getting that with Beyonce's fan base.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just saying, y'all go look at the fan bases and see who doing what. Now they'll go out for Beyonce, but they're not gonna be like, I love Beyonce so much that I'm gonna buy all her man shit too. No. They're not going that far. Because it's a whole lot in the beehive, and I don't think they didn't warmed up to that big lip, Whoopi Goldberg hair looking dude.
Speaking of Taylor, you saw her naked pictures?
Oh, the AI shit that they're talking about.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I
didn't even know about it. I just heard it was AI pictures out there.
Yeah, so they put it, but I guess supposedly somebody's getting sued, so that could actually have a lot of ramifications going forward.
Well, I look at it like this:
as it relates to artificial intelligence, to have a court issue a ruling in this case, if it should go that far, this would actually probably set precedent, and again, legally, it could either open the doors or close doors to lawsuits. So we shall see. And yeah, Streets, I didn't see it either. I ain't gonna look for it either. I saw the headline. I saw a couple of people talking about it, but I damn sure wasn't interested in trying to go find fake pictures of somebody who I would have tried to find real pictures of. You know, she just reminds me of like 17 to like 19-year-old. I don't, you know, that's not my age group for the women I'm attracted to, you know? Yeah, nah.
Yeah. Yeah, Gregory said, I know the Pound Town bitch. I'm like, I don't know about all that. I mean,
Oh, Sexy Red?
I mean, disgusting red. Ain't nobody doing that for that nasty. Oh no.
Marcus, you don't want to take Sexy Red to Pound Town?
No. Unless we're talking about buying some pound cake, that's about it. I do not want nothing from. I don't want nothing from that little greyhound. Stay over there.
He said, "Damn, so you don't want to go to Pound Town with Sexy Red, huh?"
Keep her monkey ass over there. I don't want no parts of that. I mean, even though she got money, she looked like her stuff stank. I'm just saying. Yeah, she looked like the type of chick that.
He said it smelled like garbage. I turned like doorknobs. Heartthrob never, like and ugly as ever. However,
it smelled like the back of a Red Lobster's. That's what it smelled like.
All right, good night, guys.
Oh man,
I left. I'm not here no more. Nah, you said smell like Red Lobsters. I'm leaving.
It smelled like Lil' Kim's dressing room.
Oh no! Stop! Come on, we gotta leave Lil' Kim alone. How she get it straight? Lil' Kim used to be cute.
Hey man. Hey, I'm just saying. It smelled like Richard Gere's gerbil. I'm just saying.
Oh shit.
I don't know who got that reference. I don't know if y'all remember that.
Yeah, John, we out of here, man. Yeah, I can't.
Oh man, don't mess with Little Kim. Just don't share a toothbrush. Hell no. You mean the walking sperm bank? No.
Oh,
I'm not talking.
Damn, yo, why is she catching these shots?
I mean,
these ain't even straight.
But I'm not sharing the toothbrush with her or Alanis Morissette. So I mean, it's fair. Oh, shit. Got one hand like in my pocket. No, I'm just playing.
Oh, you looking like the DC sniper out there, Marcus.
Let me stop because I'll man. Let me stop.
You the KC sniper
I'm not right
now.
I'm not right. I do. Y'all don't know. I'm reckless sometimes.
Yo.
Hey. Remember what Andre 3000? What Andre 3000 said in that movie? He was like, "Well, don't even give me no gun, then."
Oh yeah, that's in Four Brothers.
Was it Four Brothers? I can't remember what it was. Was it like Get Shorty or something?
Oh yeah, one of them.
But
yeah,
or the other day we was just watching the old school. We was watching Devil in a Blue Dress, and he was like, Denzel came back was like, "Mouse, what you do with him?" He's like, "Well, Easy. I mean, Easy. If you didn't want him dead, why you leaving with me? I mean, you know what I'm gonna do." He was like, "I told you not to shoot him." He's like, "I didn't shoot him. I choked him."
Oh shit. That's funny.
Chris H. You said I don't get the Richard Gere joke, but you going in. Back in the day, there was a rumor that Richard Gere went to the hospital because he had a creepy crawly in places that creepy crawly shouldn't be. Definitely he was trying to crawl out of that hole. Got to be more careful. Well, speaking of combat sports, can't talk about combat sports right now. I don't even know if you can count what WWE as combat sports. But
I mean, it is.
I mean, it's fucking acting.
I
It's
mean,
like it's like the telenovela of combat sports.
yo, this shit is crazy, Marcus.
Oh shit, I froze. Oh damn. Oh,
This
or maybe I didn't freeze.
this Golden State Lakers game is wild. I just want to say that. It is wild. It's a really good game.
Like I would read out the story to y'all, but I froze up. Let me know
Yeah,
if you
see,
stop. Let me know if well, I guess I'll be the first one to know if you can't hear me. But let me bring up that Vince story since I couldn't put it on the screen.
I got it.
Where was
Want
it?
to put it on?
Oh yeah, go on ahead and I guess read it just in case I pop out of here and have to come back in.
So this story is from January 26th, which was yesterday, right? And what does it say? Oh, let me blow it up so everybody can read. So what does it say? Stamford, Connecticut. Wrestling icon Vince McMahon resigned Friday from WWE's parent company the day after a former employee filed a federal lawsuit accusing him and another former executive of serious sexual misconduct, including offering her to a star wrestler for sex. McMahon stepped down from his position as executive chairman of the board of directors at WWE's parent company, TKO Group Holdings. That is obviously the parent company. They're the ones with all the money. Obviously, you think UFC, etc. He continued to deny wrongdoing following the lawsuit filed by Janelle Grant, who worked in the company's legal and talent departments. The suit includes allegations that McMahon, now 78, forced Grant into a sexual relationship in order for her to get and keep a job, and passed around pornographic pictures and videos of her to other men, including other WWE employees. Let's see what she said. You know, because here's the thing, Doug. Here's the thing with this shit, right? How he get all them pictures of you? How you get them pictures of you, right? So I guess your vagina, you use your vagina to keep your job, right?
That's
I
what's
mean, we
been
got to
alleged.
start being real. You know, we got to start being real here about some of these women and their behaviors and the thing that we start to call abuse and shit like that. If this woman is so talented and she has these credentials, you don't have to put up with men who would treat you like this, or who view you like this, or who would even try you in this manner. This woman clearly had the credentials to go somewhere else and work somewhere else. Why didn't she go somewhere else after the first time he tried her and she told him no or rejected him, etc.? How to get to the point to where you start having sex with him and possibly other people? Why didn't you fucking leave? Oh yeah, John, I do. Yeah. But you know, why didn't you leave? It's 2024. You worked for WWE. You don't have a LinkedIn account, Ma? You don't know nobody who would be trying to hire you? So you really had to go through this? And again, I would love to know when, and I would love to know when this took place. You know, like when did it start? When did it end? I don't like it. Like I said, she had plenty of other options to leave. She had the choice to leave. Then these things happen, and all of a sudden we have lawsuits filed, and then it's like, oh, this guy is bad, da 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 da. But I bet you the stories he could tell, like, yo, dog, I had it in a hotel. I had this chick doing that, da 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 da. And probably got communications with the chick afterwards, or she was like, "Oh my god, I had so much fun." So when you this is slap in the face to the women who don't have the option of walking away, right? This is the slap in the face to the women who actually did get abused, who didn't have a choice. You know, some person ran up on them, you know, did something maybe violent to them, etc., etc. We got to stop really treating these women. We got to stop treating them the same, because they're not the same. You have victims, and then you have charlatans. And unfortunately, the charlatans are the ones who get a lot of attention. You know, we always just look at the men's behavior, and we never look at the woman's behavior. We need to do that too. We need to keep it a buck. That's all I'm saying. Marcus, go ahead, man.
No, I mean, I agree. I mean, I don't really have much to say. I'm with you on all that. I mean, a lot of times that it's automatically, and it's been for a long time, because many women came out and complained about things, or they brought out stories and they were dismissed, and people automatically just believe the men. Um, and so there was this push of believe women, because so many women weren't believed for so long. But now in this day and age, it it's almost like that pendulum has swung the other way, and just like everything, there's always somebody who's there taking advantage of it and fucking it up for everybody else. And so there are women out there who are using and abusing this and lying about this. It's just like, if there was a law that every woman who got pregnant had to do a paternity test, you know how many women in America would be in a very bad spot, because I'm pretty sure there's a whole lot of people out there that got somebody raising them that ain't really their daddy. Just saying. I don't know where I went with that, but I'm just saying it happens.
Mm-hmm. So to go back to the article, let's see. McMahon to give people some background, they said McMahon stepped down as WWE CEO in 2022 amid an investigation into allegations that matched those in the lawsuit, which was filed Thursday in U.S. District Court in Connecticut, where the WWE is based. You know, Marcus, I want to say WWF so bad. I'm trying not to date myself. I still won't call it WWF. That's how I remember it. Anyway. Vince was the leader and most recognizable face at WWE for decades. When he purchased what was then the World Wrestling Federation from his father in 1982, matches took place at small venues, blah, 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 blah. But now you know they balling. WWE merged last year, April, with the company that runs UFC to create the $21.4 billion sports entertainment company TKO Group Holdings. Whew. And McMahon served as that group's executive chairman of the board until Friday.
Yo, Chris, Steve sent the lawsuit over to you. The actual lawsuit itself. Yeah. He just sent it to me, and so he said he sent it over to you.
Oh, okay, got it. Shout out to Steve. What's good, man? So am I like, is this gonna make me look bad, Steve? I mean, if it does, I'm okay with that. Yeah, WWE is strange to me, bro. Oh, mama's baby, papa's maybe. My man Streets know his music, dog. Hold on, let's see what we got here. We got it. Good. Okay. Let me put that on the street. Stop sharing this.
Yeah, definitely.
Shout out to AM Wake Up, Slow News Day, all that. Steve, appreciate it.
Always hooking it up.
All right. So here we have the complaint filed in the District Court of Connecticut. Let's see. And the other executive is John Lauren. How do you pronounce his name? Laurinaitis? I would assume so. If I say it wrong, forgive me. All right. So.
No, you pronounced that correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because I know Yonina was saying something about like giving out brown showers and stuff. So I'm like, what?
I mean, the first line kind of says, the line number 3 kind of says everything you need to know. Marcus, you see what I just highlighted?
Shrug. Oh, of course. Of course. That's why this suit comes out all of a sudden. Somebody feeling unappreciated.
So look, they said
yes, Myra. That's Myra's mom. That's what I said. Yes, that's what
they lived in the same
about brown
building.
showers. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
No, she lived in the same building with Vince. She was taking care of her parents, and they didn't have no money. Okay, they was broke. So after her family passed away, she wasn't even working. She had non-paying jobs and volunteer work to build her resume. Yo, Marcus, look, read number 5. Read number 5, y'all. Okay, look, I'm gonna ask the men. I'm gonna ask the men in the audience to put on your man hat and to think with your other head, not the one on your shoulders, your other head. When you hear these details and you up, what did you think?
The building's resident manager asked to help. He messaged McMahon to ask whether he would talk to her, sharing that Miss Grant had been through hardship and would do great things if given a fresh start. McMahon enthusiastically responded, "Hell yes."
Marcus, please translate that. Or should I
That means I'm willing to do a lot of things very, very strange for a whole lot of change. And he word?
For me, I'm looking at it from McMahon's side, right? So I'm Vince McMahon. I'm listening to this. What do I hear? Desperate woman needs help. That's all he heard. Desperate woman needs help. That's why he responded, hell yes. He don't know this room. Said the building where you live, the fucking the property manager calls you and says, yo, dog, you think you get a job for this chick? And he says, hell yeah. Only after hearing the backstory. Do you think he would have gave this same opportunity to a woman who said, if the building manager said, hey, there's a woman who lives on the 4th floor. Her and her husband and her children, she's looking for a job. Do you think he would have responded, hell yes? Or maybe he would, because he's a weirdo. And yeah, he probably would have. But given the fact that this woman didn't seem to have anybody, yeah. Anyway, let's move on with the complaint, right? Vince befriended Ms. Grant, giving her hopes of a new life with promises of a yet-to-be-determined role at WWE, showering her with attention and assurances, along with gifts like a VIP experience at WrestleMania. But what seemed like a dream in the spring of 2019 quickly became a nightmare, as McMahon dangled career-making, life-changing promises in front of Miss Grant, he demonstrated an increasing lack of boundaries. During several meetings that were ostensibly about a potential job at WWE, he greeted her in his underwear, touched her, repeatedly asked for hugs, spent hours sharing intimate details about his life. Marcus, are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I just feel like this. Let's see if my camera's working again because my camera wouldn't. It's out for some reason. I don't know.
I didn't.
Yeah, I
Oh,
guess my
Myra, we
camera's.
didn't say brown shower yet. Myra, we didn't say brown shower yet.
No,
Marcus.
no, no. I mentioned it. Yonina said something about it.
I mean,
This look. If anybody's talking about they're gonna help you out with an undefined career, I mean, it's not hard for him to understand. He's been running that company for a very, very long time. It's not hard for him to walk in and be like, all right, so I got an opening here for secretary. I got an opening here in accounting. I got an open here in promotions. I got an opening here for sweeping up fucking garbage. I mean, he knows what openings he has. He knows where he can slide you at. It don't take long. It don't take long to ask somebody, what are your capabilities? What can you do? What do you have experience with? It don't take long to ask that question.
Marcus, he hit her with the. She said, "Oh, can you get me a job?" He hit her with the, "Oh, I'll talk to my boss and see what he said."
Mm-hmm.
That's what he hit her with, and he's the boss. So again,
but if she's not bright, but you're gonna tell me she ain't bright enough to know that he's the boss?
Thank you.
It ain't like he just got this job.
No, McMahon can't be let off the hook. But you know what? Let me say this. You're a weirdo ass broad if you keep going to have meetings with a dude who shows up in his underwear and keep talking to you about sex, and the innuendo is very much sex. You can tell what it is. You know he wants to fuck. So there's something to be said about you who keeps going to meet with a person like this. The first time you show up to meet with this man to discuss business and this nigga's in his drawers, you know, probably look like he just finished beating off or about to beat off in front of you, you're supposed to walk out the door and say, thanks, no thanks, I'm straight. But you keep going back. You see, this is the part that we don't talk about. You kept going back. You didn't have no business with this dude. He said, yeah, I'll hook you up with a job. You kept going over there. You kept going over there to get a man some pussy and to suck his joint off, so in hopes that you would get some bread. Let's just keep it a buck. You're doing whoring activities, and now you filed a lawsuit because he probably kicked you to the curb.
I heard.
I'm sorry to say it.
A part of this thing. I mean, we got to go to the part where it's talking about. I mean, I guess keep going because, I mean, this happens. This definitely does happen. We're all adults. We know the real world. People do some things, and it's a lot of people out here where I'm at, out here in Hollywood, who did a whole lot to get to where they are. But I don't know if all of them gonna go to the level of being defecated on. Feeling like you were trapped in an impossible situation. I don't know about all that. It says that she was being showered with gifts. So if you're being showered with gifts, and I'm imagining expensive gifts, you can't pawn or sell some of this shit to be able to pay some bills to get you on your feet. I mean, you telling me that there's no place around you hiring? No place, nowhere. Like, do you not have a background? I mean, have you not worked other jobs where you can't find something that it just don't add up?
Yo, LeBron won the game for the Lakers. They won by 1 in double overtime. I just wanted to give people the update. Anyway, Marcus, read this part.
As such, when McMahon pushed Mrs. Grant for physical relationship in return for long promised employment at WWE, she felt trapped in an impossible situation, admitting to McMahon's sexual demands or facing ruin. Miss Grant feared she had everything to lose and faced negative consequences no matter what happened. Right there alone, she could have documented what was going on, had a witness on a phone call, and then just sued the shit out of him.
Marcus,
There, problem
earlier,
solved without even having to do this shit.
in the beginning of the complaint, you told me the chick was struggling financially. She wasn't doing shit. What was he going to ruin? Think about this. What was he going to ruin? Somebody who's unemployed. What he going to do? Fire you from being unemployed? You went to the man begging.
Or he was going to stop the gravy train that he was already given.
Jesus. This is what I'm saying. This is, people don't think, bro. And again, they hear shit, they hear sex, and they think, oh shit, homeboy got a dick, so he probably strong on the broad. This was not a situation where she was already employed at WWE and he came on to her and she's like, oh my God, my job, my boss. You weren't even employed. You were in the discussion phase. And when you were in the discussion phase, he showed you he was a creep. Come on, what are we talking about here? Look, if you want to be fake, we can be fake. Oh my God, he's a predator. He shouldn't have done that. He's wrong. If you want to be fake, we can be fake. But if you want to be real, Shorty was trying to get on the gravy train. She wanted a bag from him. Let's continue. Look at this. After succumbing to the pressure for a physical relationship, Miss Grant was slotted into an entry-level position as an administrator coordinator, a position McMahon created for her in the WWE's legal department. Miss Grant began working that role on June 17th, 2019. Yo, honestly, somebody should ask her. You knew if you sucked him off, you were going to get a job, right? You knew if you bent over, you was going to get a job, right? You knew if you did everything he wanted to do, you was going to get a job, right? And you were going to be paid, right? You knew this. Look, people are going to be upset about this. They're not going to like what I'm saying. But if you don't like what I'm saying, then you just don't want to deal with the truth in this particular situation. Again, this situation. This does not apply to every situation. So don't get it twisted. There are real victims out there. In this particular case, this chick is not a victim. Okay, she was giving it up to get a bag, and then probably the next dude, Vince McMahon probably like, yo, shorty a freak. He told his man like, yo, shit. Give it up to you too. All you gotta do is da. And she did it. So let's get on with it, because I know everybody want to hear about the brown shower part. So let me actually just do a search for that. Let's get to it. Brown shower. Okay, I did a search for brown. Nothing came up. Let's do a search for shower. Okay, showers. Okay, showering her with attention. Ah, there we go. Bam. 19. Marcus, you want to read this? Oh, 18 is kind of good too. 18 is good. There you go, Marcus. Read away.
All right, let me hold on. McMahon's assurances that Miss Grant was safe and independent rang hollow in light of his effort to isolate her from friends and attempts to chip away at her identity until it was replaced with his desired role for her as his bitch. his fantasy, and or his porn star, while occasionally intermixing softer descriptors like girlfriend and baby, even love when convenient. He exercised complete ownership and control over both her personal and professional lives. McMahon also subjected Ms. Grant to acts of extreme cruelty and degradation that caused Ms. Grant to disassociate and or become numb to reality in order to survive the
we
horrific
go.
encounters. As one example, as one
Disassociation.
example of Miss McMahon's extreme depravity, on May 9th, 2020, he defecated on Mrs. Grant during a threesome and then commanded her to continue pleasuring his friend with feces in her hair running down her back while McMahon went to the bathroom to shower off. Upon his return from the bathroom, McMahon and friend actively resumed the threesome, which lasted over an hour and a half while Miss Grant remained covered in McMahon's filth. When McMahon's friend left, McMahon ordered her to stay and continue to sexually gratify him. Oh, are you just wearing the shit for an hour and a half? Oh boy. That is fucking gross. Oh goodness. Let's see. In June 2021, McMahon and defendant Laurinaitis sexually assaulted Miss Grant inside Laurinaitis' office in WWE headquarters while colleagues were busy at their desks. Behind a locked door, the two men cornered her and pulled her in between them, forcibly touched her before ultimately putting her on top of the table between them. She begged them to stop, but they forced themselves on her, each taking turns restraining her for the other, while saying no means yes and take it, bitch. Unsurprisingly, others at WWE knew what was going on, but instead of intervening to protect Miss Grant, WWE actively sought to conceal the wrongdoing. In January 2022, McMahon told Miss Grant that his wife had found out about their relationship, purportedly to avoid divorce, negative publicity, and other repercussions. McMahon said that Mrs. Grant's time at WWE was at an end, but that he wanted her to sign an NDA to ensure her silence on, among other things, his personal misconduct. In the days ahead, McMahon put Miss Grant under immense pressure to sign, saying that refusing would not only jeopardize McMahon, his family, and the company, but that she'd scroll down. Let's see where to go. Where's my spot? Oh shit, what number was I on? But that she surely become a public headline, suffer reputational ruin. Where to go? I think I lost my spot. Where was I? Oh, there. Including from the pornographic content McMahon had captured and faced McMahon's legal resources. Conversely, McMahon reassured her that her signature would ensure his continued support and protection and safeguard her reputation. Ultimately, Miss Grant succumbed to the pressure and signed the NDA in exchange for payments, which McMahon later stopped making. Woo, that's a lot. And hello, Miss E.T. Glad to see you over here. Oh, man. I think somebody said Yona in the building. What's up, Yona? Where's it? Oh, you were talking about Yonina. My
bad. Marcus. Now, in reading through this, like Marcus, let's keep it real, dog. Shorty was. She had nothing to offer.
Payment or not. You took money to have somebody defecating on you. Come on. How? Ugh.
Now this is the government's problem. This is the local, the states or whatever municipalities' problem. Now they have to entertain this bullshit instead of just keeping it real and saying, "Shorty, you fact streets doo-doo payments."
and Steve said this is hilarious, by the way, because Steve know I would read this.
Oh, yo, Steve. I mean, just really think about this. I mean, we got to keep it, son. We got to keep it so real on this. Fuck that. I know it's a woman, and you shouldn't be so harsh on women. I'm not being harsh on women. I'm being harsh on this particular woman, right? Dog, she had nothing to offer. She went begging to a man to give her a job. He said, "Yo, you're going to have to do something strange to get a little piece of change." She complied. She went along with it. You let this motherfucker shit in your hair. Bye, Felicia. Take your lawsuit and you know what? Use it as toilet paper. You need some. Imagine the horror of his wife reading this. His wife been knowing he's into like this. What?
Because he probably shitting on her
It's not
too,
the first,
figuratively
second, third,
and literally.
He been through this. This is normal. His wife probably like, "I told you not to mess with her."
She like, I'm the one that put him on to it.
I mean, just look at this.
She was probably like, "What? You sharing that with other people?"
Marcus, look, now she's suffering from debilitating symptoms of PTSD and suicidal ideation. Oh, please. These lawyers, they're pieces of shit. A lot of these attorneys are garbage too, because they sit here and hear this stuff and they write out these complaints like this. And it's, again, it's dirty work. Look, again, some of these attorneys are real pieces of shit too. Not some, a lot of them are. And they will write motions like this to charge her client. Actually, he's not even charging the client yet. If he gets some money, he will then take her money. Yeah, she has post-traumatic shit disorder. She has post-traumatic excrement disorder. That's what she has. Again, so another super wealthy guy has weird sexual fetishes and weird sexual desires. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Yeah, Yonina says, if it didn't include scat play, the case is on the table. Yo, first of all, I don't care what you let somebody shit on you. Get the fuck out of here. And then you finish giving somebody head, which running down your back, you had to like that.
Yeah,
think about it. And how nasty are these motherfuckers, right? Yo, you had shit in the air while you was doing something sexual and your joint stayed rock. How you even got that off? Son, if I'm getting it in with a woman and I smell feces, dog, you know what? My third leg, nah, he out of it. He tapped out. He not playing no more.
No, but what I've heard though.
So how y'all niggas was in the room smelling like ass? Not even how you was in the room smelling that and you was still getting your shit off. Yo, these are some nasty people, son. They all should be thrown away. Put them in the put them in the landfill, dog, and let them just frolic in there. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean it's a wild world we in.
You don't really want to be smelling anything during sex, except maybe the incense or the candles you burn. You don't want to smell nothing else. You don't want to smell no bad breath.
That's funny.
You don't want to smell no bad body odor. You don't want to smell like ass.
That's when you.
I
That's when
don't
you
know
throw
what
the
some people are into,
Christian
dog. I
Johnson in
like to
there.
take a shower and be nice, fresh, and clean. I sit on the sheets. I don't leave no streaks. I'm gonna be a politician, and that's gonna be my goddamn.
Hey, I think Jim McMahon before
It's gonna
he
be my
did
slogan.
it, before Jim McMahon did it, he told her, he's like, "Oh, my stomach's bubbling."
And his man said, "Mine too."
No. Oh man, I did not think the show was going here tonight. I didn't think the show was going this direction tonight, but
Me neither. I didn't even know any of this. I just saw the headline that Vince McMahon had gotten in trouble. I didn't read any of this. So to me, I'm learning this in real time. I didn't know anything about this. But this is disgusting, dog. Again,
hey, that's
if
why
you
we do
being-
this shit live.
Yo, if you being intimate, dog, you should, like I said, you should be smelling anything. You really shouldn't. It should be like maybe some perfume or, like I said, scented candles, like that. You shouldn't be smelling nothing else. Your breath should be smelling like either gum or breath mint, something. Or maybe
I
some
don't know.
alcohol.
In their case,
That's
it might smell like
if it smells a little like alcohol because y'all, that's okay. But damn, son, it shouldn't be smelling like nothing, especially shit, dog. Come on. Excrement.
Hey, but some of them be out there eating ass, so hey.
Yo, that's oh God. Oh God. Yo, Tom, this show is gonna be on X-rated.
Oh God. Woo. All y'all need Jesus. All y'all do. It's not me.
Yeah, look. Neighbors walking by. Don't you smell shit?
I can see it. I can see him too. And it's gonna be some old neighbors. They be like, Ruby, you don't smell that shit. Them boys over there playing with shit. Them boys is nasty. I told you them boys are nasty. Well, you didn't tell me that. Yes, I did. I done told you, Ruby. I done told you 3-4 times. I done seen them walk in there. They done about 3 or 4 girls in there with a doggy bag, and they doing doggy stuff with a doggy bag.
Yo, you know what? I have to, Marcus. This is actually this turned out to be a very funny segment. So shout out to Steve.
And that's what I call a shit a day.
Oh man! So let's see what else here. Hush money, stay quiet, affirm their commit. Let's see. Let's see. In November 20. SEC filings, abuse. Through all this trauma, Miss Grant has endured profound suffering in silence, feeling of exploitation, loss of security, fear of facing the wrath of WWE and McMahon's army of attorneys if she were to come forward and bring to light the egregious acts detailed herein. He shitted on me. That time has passed. Miss Grant seeks to hold the defendants accountable. Here we go. Now we're holding people accountable. This sounds like everything like them people in the narcissistic, people who keep screaming narcissism and all this shit like that. It sounds like that whole group of people. Again, they want to hold people accountable, but they lack all accountability. This is that same type of shit. Oh, you're treating me like shit. I keep staying with you. Oh, you're a bad person. You wasn't.
And then he gonna respond. She gonna say, you were treating me like shit. And he gonna respond back, that was only that one time.
Correct. yo, you can go. Like, you didn't have to. Nobody forced you to stay anywhere, right? You know, as long as you weren't tied up somewhere, held in a cave, you know, things like that, then you could have went. Exactly, John. It's a shitty story. So anyway, as you can see, Vince McMahon is in a whole heap of shit. Well, he's not in a heap of shit. Shawnee's in a heap of shit. So there you
He
have
was
it.
like,
That's
"Don't
the
you
Vince
know?
McMahon.
I'll shit on you, bitch." It's a you are shit, and you said it. You ain't shit. You are shit.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, we got another crazy. We got some more crazy stories going on. I got one more that I saw out here. That y'all almost got to hear the news report, because if I just say this shit, y'all not gonna believe it. Bring up the Cali story, the weed story. And I had to see like the video to like looking at like, oh, I don't know what the hell was going on with this. I don't
Which
know
one? The
what
one
the
who
hell
got
happened.
stabbed?
Yeah. Bring up that crazy ass story. Woo. Man, Vince McMahon.
Just shitting on niggas.
Just shitting on niggas.
Yo, I mean, just right before I play this, I mean, they started out that story saying that Shorty was messed up, broke, ain't have shit. Now you
Ain't
work.
have
Come
shit.
on.
Now she is shit.
You ain't have shit. Look, you didn't have shit. He gave you shit. You should have been happy with the shit you got. Like, don't be ungrateful. Take this shit and move on. Like, come on.
She would be telling people. She gonna be telling her next boyfriend, "Don't be mad at me because I'm the shit."
I'm telling you. Oh, you can't even
This
like.
shit was crazy.
Doug, maybe I'm under the influence a little bit here, but I like pulling women's hair, right? Sometimes when it's appropriate. I
Don't
wouldn't even
pull the
want to pull
wrong
your
one. It
hair.
might come out.
Well, that's a whole fact, right? So, yeah, correct. So you got to know when and where and who you could get away with certain things with, right? But anyway, yo, imagine learning like, oh, you the bitch that you let shit run down the back of your hair and the back of your neck. Nah, you got to get out of here. Like, I don't even want nothing to do with you.
For an
You
hour,
let nigga shit on?
hour and a half, just sitting in it.
Ugh. Look,
I mean,
now here's the thing. Let's just say she wins a lawsuit and they pay her like, let's just say like $20 million type shit, right? And they actually pay and she actually gets the money. I still won't mess with her. Yo, bitch, you got shitted on. Look how much money you got. You nasty. Oh my goodness. Anyway, let's go to this story.
a dude gonna try to play it off for the money, and he gonna kiss her like, oh no, I still taste it in my mouth.
Yo, still, I mean, nah, I don't want no parts of her because who knows? Ugh. We all have smack that ass type of moments, but correct, exactly. Streets, like, really? No, we don't play with excrement, and I don't even like playing in that place anyway. That's an exit only. That's do not go for me. And yeah, nah, yeah, nah, I don't even play. I don't want nothing to do with your asshole. Sorry.
I mean, what does look like? Lockup? That's not what we doing over here.
Yo, nature provided you with the whatever. Anyway, let's go.
Into a horrific case. A woman fatally a bizarre end to a horrific case. A woman fatally stabs her boyfriend more than 100 times and receives 2 years probation as her sentence. The woman named Bryn was convicted last December of involuntary manslaughter by a jury for the 2018 killing of 26-year-old Chad Amelia. When authorities arrived at the scene, they found Bryn screaming hysterically while still holding the knife. She also stabbed herself multiple times. Experts in the trial testified she was suffering from cannabis-induced psychotic disorder, diagnosed with one or both hallucinations and delusions.
Yo, Otters, you up there in that area. I don't know what y'all doing to the weed up there, but this ain't supposed to be happening. I mean, I don't know. Did Steve put some fentanyl in this lady's weed?
Dog, why are they doing? I paused it there. If she gets that bag, she's popular in Europe. Yo, Greg. Marcus, guy, man, you take it back.
Yeah, nah, man. Greg is wild for that. But yeah, this lady supposedly had a cannabis-induced psychotic disorder, something I've never, ever heard of. And the lady stabbed this man, I believe, stabbed her boyfriend to death over 108 times. They said that when the police showed up on the scene, she was still stabbing dude. And then she starts stabbing herself. If you can't see by that picture, Shorty got wounds all over her neck and chest area where she's stabbing herself. And the jurors found her guilty of manslaughter, but the judge felt like he felt sympathetic to her psychosis and put her on 2 years of probation. You know, Nina, that's right. She said this sound like some PCP shit. Like
Marcus,
this,
you know what
or bath salts. You know, this
Mark,
don't sound. I don't know what was going on with this supposed weed, but this is
Marcus.
the story that we're being told.
That's what I want to say. Don't put this on no weed. Weed don't do this. Weed make you either assault a box of cereal or you're gonna fall asleep. You're not doing nothing crazy off weed. Okay, so please stop. This is not weed. This is either bath salts. This is K2. They were smoking K2. That's what happened.
That's probably what it actually was. I mean, according to this story, that's what they're saying.
Present.
No, go ahead.
And causes significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. Still with us, Marie Pereira and Philip Dubé. This case is something else. We don't have a lot to show you. We weren't in the courtroom when all of this happened. But Philip, let me start with you. You're in California. It shocks us when we hear probation only for an involuntary manslaughter committed in this manner.
Not at all. I mean, if we're really honest about it, we call it invol out here, only has a top of 4 years. And it's very rare that anybody does any time on them. And the reason why is that it is an unintentional homicide. It is not an intentional killing. And in this particular case, she had a defense. It's just that the jury rejected it. The court, though, obviously considered all kinds of other hearsay that wasn't admitted at the trial and found compelling mitigation. One of the pieces of evidence, if I recall, is not only did she stab him, but she stabbed up herself because she was so psychotic from that cannabis-induced psychosis that she was actually trying to harm herself because she was completely bonkers and out of her mind. And I think the judge had a little sympathy for her and realized it wasn't just some concocted or manufactured defense, but that it was really rooted in forensics.
Fascinating. I had never heard of cannabis-induced psychotic disorder before, and so I had to educate myself. Marie, weigh in. We know involuntary manslaughter, to Philip's point, gross negligence. It is not an intent. It doesn't require intent. What do you think of probation only?
I think she got away with murder, intentional or not. She made a decision to take that drug, right? She took the medication, that she took the drugs, and then she went into a psychotic episode.
Yo, this lady has no edges and no eyebrows. I want to know what she looked like in the morning. This is crazy. And the side of her hair looked like it's painted on. Oh man. All three of them look weird. Sorry.
Look at what Gregory
And
said.
I understand the mitigators. She had no prior criminal history. She's an upstanding member in her community. And like Philip said, when they tried to arrest her, she plunged a knife into her own neck. So clearly she wasn't well. But for her to just get probation, that expert who testified for her better clear his calendar, because this is going to open a door, smoke weed, act crazy, get a good expert, and get away with murder.
And that's what I thought, Philip. Just briefly, to me, this is going to open the doors. Your thoughts on that?
Oh, it's not going to open any door. How often, Ashley, in your career, since you've been reporting and even adjudicating cases, have you ever heard of a cannabis-induced psychosis?
Exactly.
They are what? Okay, right? It's the only one in the galaxy. So it happened to land right here in Ventura County, California, and it will probably never happen.
She was on a combination of bath salts and K2 and fentanyl.
Hey, yo, you want to hear like a really like tragic, like fucked up part about it? They only been knowing each other for a few weeks at this time.
Come on, dog.
They only knew each other for a few weeks. And then they try to say she involuntarily smoked this. They taking bong hits. How you involuntarily inhale weed out of a bong or whatever the hell it was, because something was mixed in this shit. There's no doubt in my mind something was mixed into this. This don't sound right. Or
yeah, that's not weed.
It was weed and she just was fucking crazy. Period.
Or she smoked weed and she did something else after, but that's not bud. Bud don't make you do that, dog.
No, what I'm saying is it might not have had nothing to do with weed, period. She could have just had a psychotic episode and it just happened around the same time as she's smoking and they're putting it on the smoking. Exactly like Missy says here, mental health issues. No, you're not going to pin this on, oh, it was weed that did this. No, something was off about this woman. And 108 times. Yeah, and so her lawyer blames it on weed psychosis, which somehow they got, and that's the crazy part about it. The jurors did not fall for this story. They was like, no, guilty. It's the judge that overruled them and gave a light sentence. So think about this. Keep this in mind. Last week we was laughing about old boy, doing a high jump Western roll over the judge's bench. He does that. This dude is getting more time in prison than this woman who stabbed this man 108 times. This dude for what I believe it's what, domestic violence.
Yeah.
Basically, like he was stupid and slapped his girlfriend, and he's getting more time in jail than this woman who killed this man savagely.
Look, she just needed attention, and that's why she hurt herself. I know a little bit about people who like to play with blades and to cut themselves and run around and act like, oh my God, they was drunk. They be out of their mind. These are troubled people. She's troubled. You know what I'm saying? That was just like the goofy who left the blood all over my place. You know what I'm saying? Same old shit. It's same old shit. I show people a video, right? There's crazy bitches out here, and she's one of them. You just gotta recognize them and get away from them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy story, and I guess while we're dealing with crime and punishment, I forgot to send over that video, but I mean, we could do it without going on the video. Did you hear that Alabama has set the record for um the very first capital punishment administered by nitrogen?
Yeah, I saw that story. Like, what I didn't read into it. So let me ask, what
Oh
is?
yeah. Well, Linnea said Julian Assange didn't kill anybody, but he in prison way longer than this woman. But yeah,
Mhm.
um,
Correct.
the nitrogen, basically it's like nitrogen asphyxiation is the cause of death. Um, I've been kind of following that a lot of these different states have been having trouble getting the cocktails that they mix for the death penalty. And so they're trying to find an alternative to it. So Alabama came up with the idea of using nitrogen, which is the first time on record that this has been used. Um, so what they claimed, what they thought was going to happen is he was just supposed to kind of go to sleep. And from what I heard from his spiritual advisor, and like there was other people who were going to speak on it, but they said they were still a little bit disturbed from the witnessing it. See, with the death penalty, typically when it's a lethal injection, the first thing that's injected is a paralysis. And so even if you are are going through all this suffering, the people who are sitting there can't tell because you're paralyzed. And then you're going through it as your organs start to shut down and everything. And then, then death. But this guy, he's basically being suffocated in front of everybody. And they said they could see him violently convulsing the whole time. They figured this was only supposed to take, a few seconds or so. But I've heard his spiritual advisor said that this went on, the whole process probably took about 15-20 minutes for him to die. And so they said it was very violent for like the first probably minute and a half, where you could see him spitting up and jerking and everything. And the family, the family in the other case, the death case, they were very disturbed by the verdict and they were upset. But it's not very many statements on this. I saw the video from yeah, it does sound like it does sound like law-abiding citizen. They this family was like, okay, y'all killed him. Okay, so what? It doesn't change anything. So they kind of didn't even care that that the death penalty was being exercised on him. Because they said, this has been so long. They're like, this dude has been in prison longer than I had my mom on this earth. I mean, the woman was killed in 1988. And that's what he was on. He was on there for what was it? Oh, what? He was on there. He was on death row for being paid to kill this woman. And I guess he stabbed the woman to death. And this has led to a lot of people who are anti-death penalty really pushing back and saying, we can't, this is the reason why we need to get rid of the death penalty, or people saying we need to do this more humanely. So, I mean, I just wanted to kind of put that out there and talk about it. I mean, I'm not coming down on how I feel about the death penalty or not. I mean, it's kind of irrelevant because the country's going to do what they're going to do. But I don't know. What's your thoughts on all this, Chris?
Man, I'm not for the death penalty, except for certain cases. And I think that if you are going to have a death penalty, put a fucking bullet inside of a gun, pull the trigger, put the man in the ground or woman in the ground, and let's move the fuck on.
I mean, that's what China does. China, for their death penalty.
Yeah, why? Because Jonina had said it, and I remember this I remember this from being mentioned from a couple years ago, that China, because China didn't ship the chemicals, or they ran out, or there was a back order,
Yeah,
whatever the case
yeah.
may be, or maybe it was out, maybe it was banned. They didn't know what to do in terms of like, in terms of their injections for the death penalty. But if you're gonna kill people, why y'all playing with chemicals? And just shoot somebody in the fucking headpiece, put them to sleep, and be done, or stab them in the heart. I don't know. It's just, again, all this. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean,
you gotta wait to get chemicals from China to kill a nigga for hurting kids.
I mean, it's very simple. It's very simple.
Yeah.
I don't get why you need to spend the thousands of dollars it takes to get all these chemicals and do all that if that's your plan. Not
And
even
then
saying
you
whether
don't-
I agree with the death penalty or not. I'm just saying if you're gonna do it, China, hey, 2 bullets to the back of the head, we're done with it.
Thank you. You can have, and you can do it neatly. You don't even have to make a lot of space into a plastic bag, wrap it up. That's it. We're done.
Hey, pull out the big tarps.
Mm-hmm.
Tap, tap.
What's funny?
Pick you up, take you straight to the morgue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Anyway, what you had on Biden, because we're approaching like 3 hours almost. So what you
Biden is just did you see the Biden's interview the other day?
No, but I did see him put
not interview. I meant sorry, not interview. I meant his rally.
The one where he wore the one where he wore the construction hat backwards, and then Snopes proceeded to tell everybody that it wasn't backwards.
No, not that one. I didn't see that one. I'm talking about the one where they yelled out "Genocide Joe." I wish I could.
Yeah, they did that a couple times, right?
Yeah, but this recent one, I just kind of wanted to find it in freeze frame on his face because you can clearly see. I'm gonna.
Do you know where it was?
I'm sending it to you right now.
Yes.
Because Biden is visibly shook. And the reason why I wanted to bring this up is because remember when I was telling y'all about the sheep herders, right? That the whole point of having the sheep herders out there is if you have the sheep herders, it's more likely, I sent it, it's more likely that they're going to spend their time going to the other candidates that are talking trash against. So if you got a like during the cycle when you had Bernie out there, you got all this energy over there at the Bernie rally. They're not worried about going to Biden and yelling at him. Now that they've kind of shut down the primary process and they're not and plus none of these are drawing the same kind of energy. You could take RFK, you could take what's his name, Cornell, you could take Marianne Williamson, you could take Dean, whatever the hell his name is. You could take all of these people all combined, and they're not drawing what Bernie drawed. They're not getting that enthusiasm. I mean, shit, even Andrew Yang, I think, had more juice than a lot of these people, or Elizabeth Warren had more juice than all of them put together. Well, I would say all put together. I think that she was still rocking with more than even RFK. They don't have that. They don't have it to draw that attention to sheep herd. And so since they're not able to draw that sheep herding, now you got the people who would be occupied with the sheep herders now having more energy to go and criticize Biden. And so now every time he's having a pep rally, they up in his grill, yelling at him, calling him out, pushing him off his square. And of course, he got his lackeys to hop up there 4 more years to kind of drown them out. But
They're so
you can,
corny.
but you can see he is visibly shook on the stage. And when Chris pulls the clip up, I want y'all to notice Biden looks up in a certain direction. He looks up there at the person who's yelling at him. He looks around, looking at the crowd. He turns around, look at his people. Then he turns around and looks back up in that area. And you see, to me, you see almost like a defeatist look on his face. Like he's not used to this. So I mean, so y'all check this out. And when you see him look, he's gonna look up to what, the left. Yeah, he'll be looking up to his left. Look at the look on his face. Don't pay attention to the paid people behind him screaming 4 more years, and the ones trying to act like shit ain't going on. Especially this black lady right here. Ignore her. Oh yeah, back it up. Because it like happens like almost instantly in this clip.
Chance to sit down.
See that?
Joe and I
You
had
see
a
him
chance to sit
staring?
down.
That whole shit looks fake. It looked like they were told behind the scenes, hey, if these people get to screaming something, your response is just to yell 4 more years. Because that's the same exact thing that happened in the church in South Carolina. The people went there, they said something to the president of the United States, and the people in the crowd who were behind Biden, they started chanting 4 more years in the same way. So clearly this is a slogan for them. And they're trying to
this is a strategy.
Yeah,
this is
correct.
without a doubt a plan consultant strategy. And the thing about it is, this is happening everywhere he goes. This is happening everywhere he goes. This ain't just a one-off. And that's the reason why you can see it on his face. He getting shook by this shit. And he knows that
he's not shook, he's lost. He don't he's thinking about he's thinking about peanut butter and jelly, Marcus.
He understands exactly what's going on here. He heard the genocide claims and he's seen the pictures. He's seen the video. But because you gotta remember
already. He forgot what it was already.
I mean, in all seriousness, I don't think that's I honestly believe he knows that much. And he knows that it's getting harder and harder for him to run cover for Israel.
It's getting harder and harder for him to remember.
I mean, I do. Of course, I agree that his memory's off, and he ain't close to what he was, and he barely standing up. But he's shook. He's completely shook. Yeah, but I'm saying that he knows that he's a party to the genocide. He knows it. I mean, I don't know. In the chat, what do y'all think? Do y'all am I bugging, or do y'all think Biden he feels that energy? He knows what he's doing, and he knows how it makes him look. And he knows it's getting harder and harder for him to creep back in office. And I don't even know if it's about creeping in the office. I just know that this is a dude who looked like somebody with a guilty conscience. I mean, I guarantee you, he done seen some pictures of some of them babies, and it's sticking in his head that he can't molest them. I mean, that they won't live on. I just think that he's legitimately shook by this. How old is he? Yeah, Missy, exactly. Fear. This man is in fear.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, if he do holds whatever to his somewhat, I think BS Catholic fake, I think that uh he
Marcus,
guilty conscious.
Marcus, this is real. This is about as real and as effective as the International Court of Justice. You know, for optics, does it look good? Does it make a nice story? Yeah, sure. Your your ability to affect things in real life is in the negative. You're not
Yeah.
going to, the ICJ, they didn't stop anything. They wrote some words. They stopped short of whatever they were not supposed to stop short of, apparently. And the
Well, but I
situation
mean,
was,
they did what we thought they would do.
yeah,
I mean, I knew that they couldn't dismiss the case, right? They couldn't dismiss the case. So,
yeah,
and they couldn't go all the way full tilter and do too much. Plus, I heard people making this argument, well, why didn't they call a ceasefire? Whether they said ceasefire or not, the whole purpose of this, in actuality, that's the reason why it's kind of let me just get this part and then I'll get to my next part explaining this. There's only two things which can be settled in this preliminary hearing. This is the same way as if like you go to court for arraignment and they're basically going to say, well, these are your charges. Do you plead guilty, not guilty, whatever? Or in certain
correct.
states, if it's traffic court, you can say nolo contendere, which is no contest.
Yep.
That's basically what it is. You're having these couple of options. And the only thing that the ICJ was going to say is they were going to say either genocide is plausible or it's not plausible.
Yes.
That's as far as it was going to go. And so with all the stuff that they did, all of that was to say it's plausible. This is what they said. Okay, it's plausible. So that's not even saying all that's saying is the case can go further. It's not dismissed. So any of the Zionists who try to act like it's an ultimate win, no, it's not. Because if it was an ultimate win, they would have threw the whole thing out. But they didn't throw it out. They're continuing with the case. Now, granted, the case is not going to be completely prosecuted until a couple of years down the road. And by that time, even if they don't do genocide, and I wish people would honestly stop leaning on the genocide argument as much as ethnic cleansing, because
Thank you.
that is what they are. That is what they figure the goal is going to be. Just how do they get these people up out of here? And what they're doing is they're trying to cause enough damage and destruction so there's no place for them to go back to. So they have to start moving and going somewhere. And once they're out, they are never getting back in. That is the goal. They're never going to let these people move back into the Gaza Strip. That's why they're obliterating as much as possible. And they're like, okay, if we can't scare you all to get out of here, then we'll make sure that whatever scenario that we can put you in, you are going to want to get the fuck out of here. One way or another. Either we scare you out, we starve you out, or we just emotionally destroy you so much. I mean, and another thing is they're destroying all of their legal buildings. You know why that's important? Because if they destroy all that, there's no more birth records of any people. So you can, even if you survive all this, you don't have any birth records to prove that you're an actual resident or that you live there. So if you get out of the country, you can't come back. Also, if they destroy all of the different medical records and claims, and they destroy all the property, all the paperwork for property, you have no way to say you own this land, you own this house. There's no legal standing that you'll have on, because you'll have no evidence when you face a court. That's why they're doing all of this stuff that they're doing. And then eventually they'll be like, well, how can we prove who you are? How can we prove anything? How do we know that you're not a Syrian who came and lived in here? And And if you try to say, well, this is my house, well, can you prove this was your house? Can you prove that you lived in this building? You can't. And that's the goal. Push them out. Now, do I think that their goal, some of them, their stated goal, what they would want to do is genocide? Yeah, I think a lot of them would want actual genocide to actually kill them. Definitely. But overall, I think all the Israelis have basically agreed on, well, I'm not going to say all, but I'll say, my estimation, at least 90% of them, 95% believe in ethnic cleansing and want them out of that land completely. I don't know. Chris, your thoughts?
Marcus, I don't know if you remember, I said this shortly after the whole shit popped off this latest round.
Mm-hmm.
I had said, I don't know if anybody in the crowd remembers it. I mean, the chat remembers it, but I clearly said this. I had said they really need to stop calling this a genocide when it is ethnic cleansing, just to be legally, just to describe it for what it is. Because really, if they wanted to conduct a genocide, they would do it. They would do it. They would just run. They would just run a bombing campaign even bigger and more murderous than the one that they're already doing. They've taken it easy on Gaza.
Well, that's the one area I would slightly push back.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason why I don't think, there we go. Now my camera's back. The one reason why I don't think that they can is because if they did, the pushback would be so severe that I think that there would be from Lebanon, there would be direct bombing. I think that no doubt in my mind there would be direct bombing from Lebanon. They would have to. If it was to a point where it looked like it was going to be an outright genocide, they would have to.
Okay, so then if that was the case, if whatever Lebanon does, then that's Lebanon's last move, because then they get erased.
True. Well, that's the scenario that all of them are facing. Any Arab country that gets involved that starts attacking Israel is going to get attacked in response. That's what's going to happen regardless. So there's not, but Israel knows if they do it, they're going to get actual real casualties. It ain't going to be no 1,200 or I don't even, it's not going to be no 1,200 casualties. They're going to be seeing the, tens of thousands. And but hold on, even if they're able to, even if they're able to weather the storm and whoever launches on them gets obliterated, they can't afford to lose 20,000 people. They can't afford it. And the reason why is because the way their economy is structured and all that, it is so strained right now. With all that's going on right now, you would have them probably looking like a failed state, which somebody made an interesting point, which I don't know how much I agree with it, but I heard years ago about a plan about Israelis possibly trying to move to Ukraine, and some people can make an argument that there's an emptying out of Ukraine for a backup plan in case things aren't going here to be able to move into Ukraine. I don't know how much I agree with that, but I just wanted to kind of it was Pastor Rick Wiles who made that claim. And I do remember reading the article, so I just wanted to put that out there. I think that they know that they would get such a severe, they would get actual missiles launching on main Israel, not these little bottle rockets that Hamas is firing at them.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the reason why they're not going to go through with the launching the big stuff. And also, America would have to stop funding them. All the Western allies would have to back off. You can play this like this little, oh, well, we don't really know what they're doing. And it looks like, because they can play, even though everybody sees through it, they can play the argument of, no, we're going after Hamas and we're not. If they started really just going all the way ham, then the whole facade is over with, and it destroys all of their backers who try to push the no, they're going after Hamas. It obliterates the narrative, and once the narrative is gone, they're done.
Well, the narrative is already all messed up because I saw some pretty, the Mossad called Netanyahu an existential threat to the state of Israel. I thought that was very interesting. Members of the Knesset, members of the Mossad, and former members of these groups, even the Shin Bet David?
Shin Bet, yeah.
Yeah, even they said Netanyahu is the biggest problem to Israel. I thought that was pretty interesting.
What Jordan said, the narrative is gone for the narrative is exposed, yes, but what I'm saying is there's still that little bit of a fig leaf left for the politicians to hide behind. If they go further, that's gone. And then you already see Great Britain is taking a lot of heat. A lot of these other countries outside of the US, they're not being able to hold on anymore, but the US would not be able to, they wouldn't be able to lie in the media and play this. No, it's really about Hamas shit. I mean, they still got just enough that gives them some cover. And I mean, even though it's a thread, it's still something there. Yeah, because you still give the Zionists in this country, and I don't only mean Jewish Zionists, I mean Christian evangelical Zionists. You give them that little bit of a buffer. But now you're starting to hear there was a video that what was it? Let's see, who was that video that damn it, why come I can't think of it? Was it the Intifada released, where there's been leaks, for one, about the general saying that the ground war is not working. And so they're running into walls themselves. You got a lot of untrained people who, I mean, they're getting their ass kicked on the ground. Now, yeah, they're able to bomb away, but they're losing it on the ground.
Yes.
Oh. I don't know. That's my thoughts on that one. The ICJ, they're now eventually down the road, they're probably going to hit them and say, "Oh, well, we think that you guys are committing a genocide." But at that point, everybody's going to be already. It's going to be way too late, and it's over. And they're going to be like, "You know what? Looking back on it, we realized that you guys were right in being fair." But by then, it's going to be too late. And then that's the whole point, to buy time to let them achieve that goal. But yeah, that's all we got. That's all I had on that one.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I don't have much else to say other than that this motherfucker is still brain dead. He still looks like he has some kind of either Alzheimer's or dementia, and they're still putting him on TV as if he is somebody credible. The Jewish people behind this organization, behind this administration, these are not good people. I'm calling it out because that's what it is. If it was a bunch of black people, I would say it was a bunch of black people. If it was a bunch of Hispanics, I would say the same thing. If it was a bunch of people from the Middle East, I would say the same thing. But let's keep it real. Just run the people behind the Biden administration, not behind. Run the names of the people who are in the Biden administration and what fucking positions they hold. Just look at it. They're famously anti-carpenter. They prefer to move into houses somebody already built. That's why they're keeping parts of Gaza. Facts. Steve, that's a fact. I keep telling people. And You know, again, if you just look at it, the Jewish, the people with, you know, that particular group of people has an over outsized influence on this administration. Every single major
every
staffer,
administration.
every single, of course, but in this particular administration, every single major staffer is Jewish. They, matter of fact, there's an article in the Times of Israel, I believe, going back to 2021, when after Biden, you know, took office. They have an article with the headline is like, yo, the Biden cabinet is so Jewish.
Yeah, this is like one of the most Jewish cabinets of all time.
And look what we're seeing. Does anybody think that the American government is going to be any different towards the situation in the Middle East, especially knowing the background of the president? And then, you know what? If we delve into it, I bet you there's so many of them who have dual citizenship at that. Dual citizenship. That's another thing we've been talking about. These are another one of these fucking problems that we have, that we keep talking about it. We keep glossing over it because it's sensitive. And they want to keep using World War II as a crutch. You know what? Fuck World War II. I don't want to hear about it. I don't give a fuck about a nigga named a cracker named Adolf no more. Don't talk to me about nobody named Adolf Hitler no more. Because quite honestly, I don't give a fuck. Right? We're in the 21st century. That's yesteryear. That shit just water off my back. Don't talk to me about it.
Yeah, Steve says here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, the people who are running this shit, they nasty people, dog. They are nasty people. They making sure they get all the money to where it normally goes. They're making sure all the arms go to where it normally goes. They're making sure the victims are the same victims. And we always have to stay quiet about it because of the particular group of people it is. Every single time.
And Steve says here the IDF has 23 and 24-year-old. Of course, they're losing the ground war. I don't even think that's the reason why. I just think, honestly, the IDF are full of a bunch of bitch-made ass weak motherfuckers. That's what I think. Weak, scary, skittish ass people. That's what I think. I think
even when
there's so much bitch in them, it's ridiculous.
Even when they're making the videos of themselves making fun of the people they just killed, or riding a bike in the room or a house of Easy Ironhide. I like that one, Chris. That was good. I get that one. But even in all their videos, they just so soft. They are just so
and I'm talking about even they so-called special forces. Their special forces is equivalent to our random ass soldier or sailor in the military. I will take somebody. I'll take somebody, a deck seaman, and put a gun in their hand over their special forces.
It's not illegal to take a DNA test, Myra, but I think that they have some kind of restrictions or some kind of rule.
You got to go to the court to do it.
Yeah, surrounding that.
Yeah, you got to go to the court to get the DNA test there in Israel. So and it technically kind of is, but not officially. I mean, it's kind of a gray area, but you know, anytime you're dealing with Israel, there's always these gray areas and vagaries, you know, and we'll leave it at that. But this last story.
If I was a great storyteller and something happened to me and I was, you know, saying certain things, you would be like, you know what? That nigga be telling stories. I don't know, dog.
I was gonna say we're gonna go ahead and move on to oh yeah. I'll just throw this one out there, a little honorable mention story. Homeless people in Ventura County, because it reminded me that stabbing story is in Ventura County. They starting to find homeless people in caves up there. So just letting y'all know that the homeless people up there, some of them start moving to the caves. I don't know what to do with that information. I just wanted to tell y'all that. Yeah, so I guess the last story, and honestly, that video you could put it up and start it from the beginning. And it's
Which
only
one?
gonna play the first couple of minutes, the Bermas video. Steve says, oh, they're TikTok Zoomers with a field kit. It's not even up for debate, no doubt. I mean, I'm saying I think I could just come off the couch and just bully the whole team of IDF. Well, of course they ain't got guns. I would confidently fight multiple of them. Out of shape as I am right now. It's just I don't
Which
see
one is the
heart there.
Bermas one?
Let's see.
Is it about the homeless or?
No.
I don't
The
see.
homeless one was one I just mentioned.
Yeah, I don't see the Bermas one.
Let me go hop over to YouTube real quick, and I'll send it to you. Damn, my bad. I thought I had sent it. There it is. And I gotta throw a shout out to Jason for this, because I honestly, this story came out a couple of weeks ago and it completely went over. I mean, I don't know how I missed it, but I missed the story completely. Let's see, share, copy link. There we go. Oh shit, my phone is about to die. All right, there it is. I just sent it. And this was an interview on some comedy show. Lewis Black, political comedian. Yeah, Thomas, I agree. Better off in caves than in the streets. But I don't know. I wouldn't want either. But I'd rather just be camped out in a wooded area than be in a cave. I don't know. In a wooded area than be in a cave. No. Said an LV there in the storm drains. Said an LV.
Thomas, it won't. To your statement, I'll amend your statement. You said DNA testing will probably undermine their blah, blah, blah. DNA testing will undermine. Sorry for the slight edit. The probably can be removed.
Oh, yeah. So, no doubt in my mind.
All right. So let me put this on. Let's see what Bermas. Let's see what Mr. Vivek, supporter himself, is talking about.
I agree. I disagree with him there. Which honestly, later on in this episode, John actually takes him to task a little bit for that, and he kind of softens a little bit on the Vivek stuff. He's like, "Well, I just kind of got hope for him." But John Fitch takes him to task a little bit there, even though I don't agree with John on a lot of things either.
Again, Bermas, Bermas, you have done. But Marcus, here's the thing, Bermas, you have done all this research about everybody else. You followed the money trails for everybody else. You can spot this, and then here comes Vivek, and it's so fucking obvious the money play, etc., etc. But he's the one where you're like, well, he's saying all the right things. He's saying all the right things. I like him. I don't know. I kind of like him. Like, nigga, so you see everything else, but you missed this one? All right, nigga. Sorry. We just got to call him out, dog. We just have to. We got our small little channel here. Nobody pays attention to us, and that's cool. I actually enjoy it. I like that. But we're going to be the ones to keep it above.
Wow.
They're not playing my video. What is going on?
I mean, he makes some good points.
Anywhere that you see, I had to move the Learn to Fight videos over to Rockfin. So I've got them on the Rockfin Premium.
Was it the beginning?
They put them on, Twitter also.
Yeah,
But
is
I
this
just
where
have it
you
on
want me
two
to start
platforms
at? Where
because
do you want me to
everything else
go?
gets taken down.
I think skip ahead 2 minutes to the 2 minute mark.
Before we even get going, because this is an Epstein show. I'm going to show you a video of Lewis Black essentially revealing without even understanding what he's talking about.
You got an echo,
what
Chris.
I've been talking about for a very long time. That not only
Oh, you're good.
Epstein working with Israeli intelligence and other intelligence agencies, by the way, but in this clip particular, it's clear he's working with Israeli intelligence, but he is in fact an arms dealer. Okay. That's the big thing they don't want you to talk about with Epstein, because when you find out he's an arms dealer, it makes sense that he's running in these circles with women, because it's not just millions or tens of millions. You're talking about billions and billions and billions of dollars in revenue. Okay. And the fact that it looks like he's involved with Iran-Contra. Now, Iran-Contra is already a black eye on this country. Can you imagine Iran-Contra 2, the Epstein files?
Thanks, Reagan.
I mean, think about that. If you integrate Epstein with that, that's no bueno. They don't want that. It's part of the key. Now,
Too much Chris frozen? I don't hear anything. The volume has to go up a lot. Yeah, I don't hear anything.
Yeah. No, I was on. I was trying to figure out the volume. Sorry, guys. But no,
okay.
Marcus, I was saying, the only thing that kind of frustrates me a little bit is hearing people mention Iran Contra. We saw we saw part of the side effects of Iran Contra. You know what I'm saying? Thanks, Streets. We saw the side effects of Iran Contra, and we saw what community was harmed the most. All these woke people now didn't even pay it no mind. So now when people say things like reparation, the same woke crowd here got all the reasons why nobody should be given reparations. So I'm just, y'all be watching, son. I be watching, I be listening. They don't, whatever. I'll play the video. But again, it is disingenuous to talk about Iran-Contra without talking about the community that was harmed here in America as a result of Iran-Contra. Then they'll turn around and say that when people are telling their government that they should make right the people who they harmed, then they'll just call you names and say you're lazy and you just want government handouts and shit like that. You know what I mean? So in 2024, we got to stop giving people platforms and hyping these people up, because they really not all that. They're very limited. They need new glasses because they're very nearsighted. They're not farsighted at all. And then they're very ignorant. It's convenient.
I was gonna say this is why I came to the point, which a lot of people just got to realize. I say it's going to be one of two ways. Either we're all, and this is something I do got to say this. I get tired of hearing people say, and people on the right, libertarians in particular, please stop with this argument. Well, it's all the globalists and the elitists who are trying to divide us all. This country has been massively divided. I don't know where the fuck y'all been, but this shit always been divided. It's always going to be divided. So it's not like there's some kind of artificial divide that's being come and put in. It just is that it is. And some people are going to get along with some people, and some people are not going to get along with some people. And especially if situations like Chris was talking about, the reparations is something that you're against, just realize that divide's just going to be there. Just accept it and be cool with it. Just know there are just certain divides that are going to be there or not be there. And there are going to be some people you're going to be cool with and some people you're not. But don't put all the divisions in this country on some kind of elite cabal that's making everybody be against each other.
Thank you. Because that part gets lost. Everyone's like, well, this is what the elite want. Divide and conquer. This is what they want. Yo, where have you been? What have you been paying attention to? Who educated you? Right? You're ignorant. You're just now waking up. Niggas been up since 4 a.m. It's 11 a.m. You just now getting up. We done woke up, ate breakfast, ran a mile, went to work. Matter of fact, we on like our little 15-minute break by the time you waking up. Okay? And again, the same thing with the globalists. When haven't this been a globalist operation? Marcus, you and I blood don't even come from this side of the fucking world. When hasn't it been globalist?
Well, some of my blood does, but I'm just playing.
Some,
but I get what you're saying though.
Even most of the white folks that's here, y'all didn't originate here. Your people came from across the Atlantic Ocean. This shit always been globalist over here. What are you fucking people talking about?
Well, you can't sit there and talk about the divisions in a country that started off by genociding hundreds of millions of people, and then started off with chattel slavery. I mean, you can't act like. And this is I was having this conversation with somebody earlier. I said the thing is, the powers that be that did these things, they never like had a sit down to try to fix this shit. It's just like a dude been cheating on his woman and then comes in the house and be like, get over it. There's no reconciliation that ever happened on these fronts. And then we're pretending like everything is united. It's not fucking united. It's just nobody's complaining about it on a daily basis or bringing the shit up. But don't mean the shit is gone or that the situation has been solved or fixed. That's the reason why you still got racist ass cops who people like me and Chris got to fucking worry about. Every time I get pulled over, I'm in fear for my life. And if you've lived in the South, you really understand it, because I tell you, I've definitely had my heart jump out of my chest a couple of times driving through places like Alabama, Mississippi, and Georgia.
Marcus, today, well, it's Sunday now, Saturday, Wednesday or Thursday? Wednesday night. I'm driving, going to my homie crib. I get pulled over. I saw the cop next to me in the left lane. I saw him. As I was pulling up, I said, yo, I don't know what told me. I said, yo, you know what? This is funny. This motherfucker going at some point pull me over. I don't know what made me feel that, right? But I just had that thought. I wasn't speeding. We was on a local road. There was cars on the road. So clearly speeding, reckless driving was not it. Sure enough, I see him pull up behind me, right? So I said, okay, here we go. Homeboy pulls me over. I pull over in the Domino's pizza parking lot, right? So he knocks on my back window. I roll down the front window. I say to the cop, like, yo, I'm the only one in the car, B. You know what I mean? So he's telling me to roll down the window. So, of course, I roll down the windows, you know? So license, so I give him my license. He comes back to the car with some kind of contraption I've never seen before. And he tells me to roll my back window up a little bit. And I look and he put something on the window. At that point, I realized he's trying to test the tints on my car, right? So he does the back window and then he does the front window. And I'm asking him, like, why'd you pull me over? And then he's saying it's the tints. And the way homeboy approached me, the energy, the aggression, the everything in his voice, none of it was righteous. None of it was I'm trying to keep the public safe. None of it. But I peeped his energy and I was going where I was going. I wasn't in the mood to have an altercation. You know what I mean? So I was just like, yo, I bought the whip like this. Hey, the tint is what it is. So he's like, you're in Florida. The statute is that. All right, dog, go ahead. I probably know more about Florida statutes than you, and you're a fucking cop, right? Get the fuck out my face. I didn't say that, but this is what I'm thinking. And he let me go without a ticket. My point is, this is the type of shit that happens to us. The harassment. Y'all can't even begin to understand it.
But you know what he was doing, right, Chris? Because I've had that happen.
Of course.
How many times I've been pulled over for them to just, you get a warning. No, what it is you were fishing. You saw me and you just assume he got to have something I can get him on.
Something. I have no weed
and then you come up. Then you come up with the attitude. You come up with the attitude to hope that I will get an attitude back, so you can have a reason to fuck me up.
Yep.
I mean, just like how many jobs where I've looked and found out. Like, a perfect example, when I worked at Lowe's, we found out what everybody made. It just so happened all the white employees are made more than the black employees.
Every single one.
Every single one. I had a kid who was 18, no job experience. I've been working there for 6 years. Comes right in day one, making more money than me. So when people try to say it's not about like that you're racist. What I'm saying is when you live in a country that's pretty much it's majority white, all it takes is for a quarter of the white population who has some power to be racist to wreak havoc on black and brown people. That's what I'm saying. It don't even have to be majority. All it got to do is be a quarter, a third. And because there's more white people in this country than us by a long shot, our probability of running into assholes like that is very high.
And what the
people
good
try to
part
act like that. Oh, well, I don't see color. I don't see race. Yeah, but there's some other asshole I'm gonna run into who does.
Oh, well, I don't want to say good. The interesting thing is, when you do have white friends and you have, good white friends, people who like, some of my white boys who I grew up with back home, like those are the homies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you
no
talk
doubt.
to them, when you talk to them and you ask them questions like, yo, this should be happening to you, dog. Like, or you be rolling with them, like, and you say certain things and they be like, nah, that shit don't ever happen. And it's like we got the same attitude. We come from the same fucking place. There's only one thing that separates us. And again, it's it's just nonsense. But again, like I said, Marcus, they let me go. I ain't get a ticket. I ain't nothing. They let me go.
Well, one thing I would throw out there, Chris, when people who will say, "Oh, well, that might have just happened to you," or "That's overblown." Why? And I've lived all over this country. There ain't a black man in any other places I've been through that does not have the same exact experience. Might have happened a little bit different this time or that time, or it was a little bit more aggressive or a little less aggressive, but we all got the same stories. So it's not all as kumbaya and united as everybody likes to try to pretend it is. I mean, keep in mind, my uncle's wife, she was white, rest her soul, one of the nicest people I've ever met in my entire life. But her whole family disowned her. Whole family.
Because
they weren't cool with her until like the late 90s.
When it was already over.
So she basically went through, and sadly enough, she passed like 3 years later.
Your bathroom break.
She had to deal with like 20, 30 years of her life being disowned from her family. And that shit still happens. I went all through high school dealing with that kind of shit and seeing that kind of stuff. So anybody, like I hear people say, oh, well, when we were in school in the 90s and 2000s, that wasn't happening. It wasn't happening from your vantage point, or you didn't hear about it. But don't means that we were all kumbaya together and everything was cool. It's just it wasn't as many people speaking out on it. At least not to non-black and brown communities. I wasn't telling my white friends that I was cool with every single time some racist shit happened to me. And maybe, and you know what? Maybe that's our fault that we didn't voice that more, so that some of our white friends could have known that the shit was going on to that level. Maybe we wouldn't have people who would, you know, act in so much denial or have so much pushback against DEI and blame DEI and wokeness on everything or whatever. And another thing pisses me off that woke shit. Woke don't have nothing to do with the LGBTQ community. Stop putting everything the fucking LGBTQ community does on woke. That is not fucking woke. Woke is something that comes out of the black community. And that was about being woke to your surroundings and what's going on in this system. Ain't have nothing to do with no damn gay people. Sorry. Yeah, when conservatives say that woke shit and it's some fucking Bud Light commercial about trans, that shit just pisses me the fuck off. Like everything that we have has to be fucking co-opted by another group of people and then completely dismissed because you don't like that group of people when the shit ain't got nothing to do with these fucking people. I mean, it's so much shit that fucking pisses me off about that stuff. But yeah, whenever you're ready, Chris, you know, you can start the video back. I mean,
yeah, I'm about to. You mean like
this using woke as an excuse for every fucking thing is got to fucking stop.
You know, they hate woke, but they stay asleep. Ain't that some shit?
It's kind of funny. Like, I think it was Linnea said it earlier. A lot of the shit that I'll hear some of the people on the truther community, some of the shit that they talking about is shit that we've been fucking complaining out and going through and all this stuff like that. We've been complaining about like the government not being fair and all the fucked up shit that they've been doing in our communities. And never mind. I'm not gonna keep on. I'm gonna get off my tangent, and we can start the video back.
I got you.
You were mentioning Twitter and X.
It's so low.
Because just out of fate, John, in the beginning of the year, January 2nd, when these things were dropping, I got a call from InfoWars, and they want me to do the 4th hour of their first show of the year. They didn't do a show on New Year's. I'm like, sure, of course. I was actually writing an article, getting ready for my other show. Pumped to do that. So I start in with there is no Epstien list, and I actually show people, you know, just again, anybody can go and check this out, and we'll do it. We'll do it live. They had hard drives, by the way, that already had tape on them. So in other words, some investigation had already taken these hard drives from Epstein.
Yo, pause that.
They had the safe, which had Epstein's what?
This is something that I want to hear more people bring up when they talk about the Epstein list. Yeah, they bringing out lists. They're talking about people on lists, but let's talk about some damn videos and what's on these tapes. That needs to be the discussion. What is on these tapes? Who is on these tapes, and what are they doing on the tapes? We don't want to just a witness said this when you know for a fact there are tapes, there are pictures, there are logs of shit that people have said and done. This is what people need to be pushing on. Show these fucking tapes.
And Marcus, that's exactly what I was alluding to earlier, in that they will allow discussion on this only within the parameters set by the ruling class. They will say, okay, yeah, fine, you got us. They will allow the equivalent to a slap on the wrist and a little bit of public embarrassment and humiliation. Beyond that, that is all they're offering. You and I were paying attention to the news regarding the Epstein list and that what was supposed to be, released on earlier this month, right in the beginning of this month, announced at the end of last year. They put this information out there. I don't think there's a name that people haven't already been discussing in relation to Epstein for years. It's all been the same crowd, the same people, nothing new. the same old stories. It's the same victim, the same court case, the same, plaintiffs. It's nothing else. Like you said, though, they know and they have information and they're not showing it. So anyway, I'm gonna play the video, Marcus.
Money and his passport with a fake identity and a Saudi Arabian address, probably during that arms dealing in the Middle East, Iran Contra time. That's if I had to guess. It's weird no journalist cares. And then on top of the stacks of books, which
Are there any journalists left?
not many, John, but here are the discs.
So it's propaganda.
It says audio video shoots and has women's names on them, and then photographs. All right, now again, I can't reiterate enough that when you look at this, these two right here behind me, they are folders full of more burned discs, photos, videos, actual blackmail. There's no need for a list. Okay, and again, the quote unquote lists of his black book and all that was out there, they don't want you getting into what was really going on. Now, I do want to show this really quickly because right when this happened, here it is right here. I got this video taken down with cyberbullying removed. Okay.
Cyberbullying, a freaking sex trafficker.
Now, John,
it's so mean of you. It's so mean of you, Jason. How mean of you to be mean to a sex trafficker. He's just trying to make an honest living, peddling underage children.
So I want people to understand how rigged the system is. Now, they tell you that you can have an appeal. Now, first of all, they really know they shouldn't have taken the video down. YouTube, I'm looking at you, because I didn't get a strike from them. I haven't gotten any strikes for a while, and they've been taking content down. They just took out another, the Happy Fauci and Friday video. But I want to show people this. We're going to do it in real time. Okay, so here we go. So let's go to the video in question that they took down. And here, let's see. Here's another Epstein video they took down, by the way. Or is that the one? No, that's another video they took down.
It's the volume on his mic. Apologies.
Hold on, where is it? Let's see. And anyone else? Let's see. Is this the beginner review? See, I can review this one. It looks like the one with Epstein. They won't let me review it. Let's see if this is it. Stop. Leave. Let's go back. One. Is this it? Review content here. Here it is. Yes. Review not available. So just so everybody knows, they tell you when they take something down, you get a chance at a review. No, you don't.
Skip ahead just a little bit to when he's showing the clip.
Or any kind of. This is an Epstein video.
There you go.
Tell me when to stop.
No. Go back. It was only like maybe a minute. Yeah, I think it's around like maybe 7-minute mark.
I'm not gaming this system. Review not available. Okay, so we'll do it again. It's right here. Review content here. Review not available. So you can't even review some of the Epstein videos that I put out there that have now been taken. And by the way, I reposted that on X to let everybody know. And that's how the system actually works. So, John, we've ranted and raved here over at Mixed Martial Mindset for 5 minutes. Let's
You got his teeth fixed too?
And again, I want to reiterate right here that everybody can watch.
I think so.
It looked like he got his teeth fixed too, right? Yeah, he looked like he got the chiclet teeth. Like all these motherfuckers be having, like Nori from Drink Champs. Everybody, Noriega. That teeth like man big. So when he be talking, he be all these dudes. I don't know. Whenever they go get they dientes fixed, they get the extra large chiclet teeth. I don't know why they don't go with like medium, but whatever.
The more full clip. I just didn't want to get a copyright strike. It's right here. It's on the We Might Be Drunk podcast. It's like 6 minutes long. This is who he's talking about because he doesn't say his name in the clip that I've got here. We'll get to this clip in a moment. But here we go.
and it was the kind of thing you go into his. When we got here, here's it's weird from the beginning because it's like you go in and he's got a whiteboard and there's all of this stuff drawn on it, and he goes, "You want me to tell you what that is?" And I go, "Yeah, well, sure." Bobby and I. He goes, I had the Israeli defense minister here last night for dinner, and then he's got me and Bobby Slayton. I mean, what kind of a fucking, are you shitting me? And then he said, and so we were talking about, he was showing me what kind of defense systems Israel would use in case of attack.
Wow.
And I thought, you know what? First up, what is the Israeli defense minister? What the fuck is the matter? Why would you tell me this is already, now it's weird.
Yes.
Nothing else is weird, but I know this was like a honk, something is wrong in this house.
Sure.
This is a guy who's working on his defense many years before.
So let's just break down that clip and think about what he just said. He just said there was a whiteboard. In other words, a planning board with all sorts of things on it that he was discussing the weapon systems of Israel with the Israeli defense minister. Now, we know that Ehud Barak is one of the associates. We also happen to know, everybody, that Prince Andrew was the lead arms dealer in the United Kingdom. We know he had this whiteboard because it's actually on tape when they show it. So Lewis Black, by the way, if you watch the bigger clip, he's like, look, I got nothing to hide. One of my producers said we were going to have really good wine. We're going to go to this rich guy's house. We're going to have dinner.
Marcus, you there? Oh, did I lose Marcus, y'all? Oh, I think I did. Oh, I thought I lost Marcus.
You did for a second, but I was able to come back pretty good.
Oh, I wanted to make a point, right? And I'm glad you came it back. Oh, Myra said the chiclet teeth. Ha, that's funny. You gotta be of a certain age to know about chiclets, right? Anyway, the grays over here give it away. Anyway, Marcus, do you see how now they use their brains? What was up with their parents? Were their parents just brain dead crackheads, alcoholics, coke heads, PCP heads, pill heads? I don't know, because I'm listening to him and he's talking about, gun running and shit like that. The generation before them had no fucking brain, so that's why I don't pay these people too much attention. While I think people like Bermas are cool on some level, again, all of their people. Where was y'all during the 80s and 90s when all the crack shit?
But we got to keep in mind, our parents weren't no fucking better.
No doubt. No,
I'm blaming on that whole generation of older Gen X and young baby boomers.
Yes, agreed. However, this is the group though that sees conspiracies everywhere for everything, except when it pertains to us. So they had no questions as to where all this crack came from in our neighborhood, where all the cocaine came from in our neighborhood, all the guns in our neighborhoods. They didn't think none of that. They were just like, oh, look, the stupid black people got drugs and guns and they all got AIDS.
Because we were all born criminals. Because we're all born criminals. That's why.
Correct. So the people on the lowest ladder rung on the socioeconomic space, you understand what I'm saying? Like, oh, so they're the ones who can afford all this cocaine, all this crack, and all these guns. They didn't think to say at any point, there's funny money shit going on here, as it relates to Iran or anything like that. Again, they believe in conspiracy theories. Michael Rupp showed up at that fucking public hearing with what's the black lady name from California who looked like Aunt Jemima?
Maxine Waters.
Yes. Michael Ruppert showed up to that meeting with Maxine Waters, and he told them, like, yo, there's a conspiracy underfoot here. and they're bringing drugs and guns into the community. And they
And
dealt
tell the
with
people,
nothing.
what year was that?
That was in like 90 something, B. Early 90s. That wasn't 98, 99. That was
No,
early.
that was like 93, 94.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He told them, and all these people missed it. All these people missed it. Him, his family, his community, everybody who likes all these white guys who do all this shit, they wasn't paying attention to none of the conspiracy theory. Now all of a sudden, none of the conspiracies. Now all of a sudden they see fucking conspiracies everywhere. They're so behind us, Marcus. They really are. And I'm not just talking about me and you personally. They're behind us, dog. They're slow as fuck. They don't know anything because they've never been directly affected by the system like that. They don't know what it's like to have a system completely against you in every single way. So now it's like I see all these people popping up and all these people, and a lot of them do provide good information. They do tell you about what's going on. But again, as somebody who has tried to be well informed, you know, a lot of my life, these niggas is late. They late as hell. They're not telling us nothing new if you have been paying attention to anything. So now you tell me, oh, Epstein might have been gun running. Epstein was also dealing with, he was also getting money with, you know, scientists all over the world at all these universities and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So man, look. Exactly, Jonina.
Yeah, I mean,
Other comedians were there, and he was pretty open about the whole thing, and I'm glad he was. And think about that; he really doesn't even know what he's talking about there, Fitch. And that's a huge moment. The press should have been all over that, but no, they weren't. Huh?
There's no press. It's all propaganda.
We got to be
he
careful.
ain't lying there.
We're on YouTube, but please
No, he's not.
let us know how you feel about the current state of the press and what they're putting out there.
They're not. It's just, yeah, it's just propaganda. Left, right.
I paused it on purpose. You know, we spent a lot of the last like 2 or 3 years saying the name Fauci, right? None of these people who see conspiracy theories who see conspiracies everywhere don't think it's weird that the continent of Africa, Brazil, and the United States are the number 1, 2, and 3 places for AIDS. They don't think that it's weird. They don't see no correlation there. But it had to take for Trump being in office with COVID for them to be a little bit hip to shit. When this shit been happening. COVID wasn't the first time. COVID was the first time for it being coordinated on social media. You know what I'm saying? It was that was a first, right? Because we didn't have that before. But if you want to talk about medical fuckery, this shit been going on. This shit been going on.
Yeah, I mean,
Ebola.
I remember.
Vaccine.
All of it. I was gonna say one thing. I'll just add in there real quick. I always thought it was hilarious how, back when it was the crack cocaine epidemic, it was, you know, lock them up, throw them in jail, have no mercy. You know, they're super predators, and then opioids came around. And it's an epidemic. We need to have mercy and empathy and treatment. I was like, sure.
Oh, we need treatment. It's not right. It's treatment. Look what Big Pharma's doing. They're filling our community with opioids. And look at the Sackler family. Nah, you know what? Good for you fucking zombies. Anyway, sorry.
We can't take it out on everybody though, Chris. Not everybody's fault.
Left, right.
I don't mean everybody. You know what I'm saying? I do have some grace
Because we got to remember, like for instance, like John and Jason, they're not much older than we are, so they kind of fall up under our group, you know.
And you know, I do have sympathy and I do have empathy, and I realize that there has
Which
been a
I
lot
think
of
John is actually younger than us.
And I realize that there have been a lot of like misinformation campaigns and things of that nature. But if you wanted to see the truth of this country, all you need to see what was happening to people who look like Marcus and myself.
Facts.
If you wanted to see exactly how your government, how your people will do. But that didn't, you couldn't be bothered. You couldn't be bothered to learn anything there, right? You were just like, well, you know, the statistics show that you people are really just kind of like the lowest. I look at your community,
We're
it's
criminals.
dirty, it's ghetto, it's loud. All right,
We're just criminals.
You know
That's
what I'm
why.
saying?
Correct. That's
Correct.
all we've ever been is criminals.
There's no intellect here. There's nothing. We're just criminals. We don't know no better.
And mental midgets.
Yes.
Or dwarves,
That's
or
it.
whatever the fuck you want to say.
Yeah, whatever they want to say, you know, like it's wild.
These guys are bad. No, those guys are bad. Blame these guys for the economy. No, blame those guys. It's all garbage. They're the same. I don't know if you saw. I posted
Have a good one,
real
Streets.
short or a clip from my show from last week, a few minutes long, and it's up on Twitter. But I was just talking about, you know, left wing, right wing. It's the same bird. There's no difference. Like they're both screwing us over. We're not voting ourselves out of this. We need to, man. If you can, I wish I could leave and go to the country right now and build walls around my land and start farming and raising chickens, because I'm tired of supporting these criminals. It's gross. It's gross.
Everybody's
Like,
telling me.
yeah, I understand. I'm not a complete anarcho-capitalist. I don't think destroy all government. Like, yeah, we need some local government. We need some police. We need some fire people, right? But the federal government is not supposed to have this type of power. It's not supposed to have this huge bureaucratic engine pushing things and taking so much time to get things done and just stealing from us. There's no reason for it to exist. TSA should not exist. FBI should not exist. CIA should not exist. Like, I don't even think the Department of Education, like the centralized government, shouldn't be controlling education. It's dangerous.
No.
They become indoctrination centers. It's just brainwash the kids, teach them what we want them to know to support this crooked government.
Let's see. So everybody's complaining to me that my voice is super low. And
Sometimes it comes in low, but then it lifts up. It's weird.
man, you know what?
Oh, actually, I was
It's
wrong.
so
John
crazy
is
because I
78,
have,
so he's a little older than us.
like you know, a pretty crazy setup here, and I have two boards running everybody, but for some reason, and I know this is going to sound weird, the longer I run with this piece of equipment without deleting all the codecs and
But
going back through, and
that's
sometimes that doesn't
the
even
part
work,
that I wanted to show.
it just continually makes this lower. Guys, this is jack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that I mean, and I would, well, and as far as that political take there, I mean, I disagree with people who go to that extreme. I'm like, you do realize like we're in competition with other countries. We can't act like the United States is a country just by itself and doesn't have to worry about outside enemies and things like that. All I think is the funding needs to be fixed and these branches need to be retooled. I mean, you get rid of the FBI, then certain laws about things crossing across state lines and many other laws can't be enforced. You can have somebody break the law, and you can have somebody go on a killing spree in one state and just run to another state and hide. I mean, so when you don't, I don't know. I just think some of the stuff is not well thought out when you start stripping the government down to the bare minimums. It's just not well thought out all the way, in my opinion. I mean, we live in 2024, not 1874. I mean, you can't, or not even fucking what 1950s. You could get away with some of that shit, but not now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's a fact. Well, Marcus, we on the 4. We're coming up on 4 hours. It's like 2:00 here. I'm
Yeah.
about ready to, I got games in the morning. We
Man,
doing
I got to
all
get
right.
up and hit the gym in the morning.
Are you going to the gym?
Yeah, first thing in the morning before the games start.
Word? I need to. I'm
Well,
getting fat.
well, this week I got at work we're doing Biggest Loser, and so so far now, well, this will be our second weigh in, so I want to make sure to try to
See,
get
when I
in some
grilled,
gym time.
and I grilled some jerk chicken today. You talking about Biggest Loser, and I was grilling jerk chicken. Yo, that shit came out good. I have to give myself a pat on the back. Like, yo,
Hey,
I really.
I tell you, since I started working on the weight loss, I'm down 13 pounds.
Oh
So,
shit! Congrats. That's fire. Good shit.
So
Good
my
shit.
goal is to knock out some more. So I'm planning on trying to get out of here soon on a vacay, and so I come down there to see. I don't want to still be holding all this gut in the pictures.
Oh,
So
hey, I
that's
feel you. So just wear, look, you just wear black. We stand behind something where you figure it out. You see what I'm saying?
now my
Look,
goal is I need
the
to at
girls and
least get
people got
back
to do it.
into somewhat conditioning where I used to be, at least somewhere. I know I'm not going to get back to the point of super athlete shape that I used to be in, but as long as I can get down, my goal is cutting. Well, from overall goal, I'm not talking about how much now, but from the beginning, my goal was 55, roughly 55 pounds, and it's just a matter of doing it. It's no problem. Um, and at the rate I'm going, I'm losing about 20 pounds a month.
Oh shit!
So
Damn.
I should be able to do that.
Damn, son. I wasn't even trying, but I actually lost some weight. But lately I just been eating and drinking like there's no tomorrow. So I'm afraid when I go to Publix, I don't go in the door that got the scale because just by nature I want to step on the scale. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even bother. I walk in the other exit the other door that don't have the scale. That's
I gotta make sure. Oh yeah, I know public with their scales outside, but I know I gotta make sure that in case somebody want to try me out on the streets, when I throw them things up, I can still still handle myself.
That's a fact, Marcus. I had jerk chicken, white rice with some jerk sauce and some plantains for dinner tonight. That was my dinner. That shit was fire. I made all that shit. It was fire.
Plus
So
another thing, when I look at some of our old videos, I'm like, oh shit, I look like I'm my own father, and it's only been like 3-year difference. So I'm like, nah, I gotta knock it back down. I don't need people saying, oh, yeah, you look about 40 something. I don't need people to say that.
Yeah,
I
know.
need to
I
go
can't
back to
believe.
hearing people shocked when they hear my age.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm 40 something either, man. I swear, I
Wait a
still think
minute.
I'm
I just thought about it. What's the date?
the 28th.
Oh shit. I know I don't celebrate them, but fuck, my actual birthday is like next week, I think.
When?
I had to look at a calendar. Fuck, when is one?
When? February what?
Friday.
February 2nd?
Yeah.
You lying.
Nah, for real. Remember we talked about it.
That's right, because my brother. Yeah, that's right.
My
It's
brother
funny.
got the same birthday.
Yeah, you, Marcus. Your birthday is February 2nd.
I got your son's name and your brother's birthday.
And my brother's name is Mark, and his birthday is February 2nd. That shit crazy. Marcus, like I guess it was I guess it was a destiny for us to meet. Pause. I don't want to make that sound.
Yeah. Hey.
Funny.
Oh, thank you, Missy. Yeah, I'll be what 43?
Nina asking why I didn't feed her. That sounds like a dangerous comment, Joe Nino.
Why you ain't feed her? Why she ain't let you eat? You know what I'm saying? Hey, we was already talking about people doing some things strange for some change and put some things in their mouth.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You know what's funny? Like, when I go to the barbershop, I don't, some of the young guys don't know how old I am. You know what I mean? And they be like, yo, dude. And then they realize, then they realize Jalen is my son. And then they're like, oh, shit, that's your son? Like, they really just be.
What my goal is to get out on the court again with because I'll be watching a lot of these cats and I'm like, you can't hoop, you're not a hooper, and I'm like, man, if I had that endurance, just a little bit of endurance, man, I would kill everybody out here.
Man, you better stretch.
I just gotta. I'm gonna get it there. I'll be one of the places every now and then that I walk past a basketball court and I'll be looking at it, I'm like. Oh, I got to tell you also, some of the shit that I've been seeing, some of these people, the coaches, I'm like, where in the fuck are you getting these weird ass drills? I'm seeing some of the weirdest drills I done ever seen. And I'm like, I hate to make this racial, but I'm like, some of y'all need to stick to playing soccer because these are not basketball drills you're doing. I watched somebody have little kids dribble with one hand and then hold on to a cone, dragging the cone around the 3-point line. Like, what the fuck is that supposed to do? I saw people.
That's supposed to keep you. That's supposed to just make you. The focus on that is to dribble with just the one hand. They don't want you to use the other.
Our coach said, "Hey, put your hand behind your back. It's that easy." Because I'm gonna tell you the downside of doing that. If you leaning down like that, are you going to dribble leaned over?
Oh, yeah, correct.
No, and also your eyes are looking downward when you're doing that. So it's not teaching you to keep your eyes up on the court. It's teaching bad habits. Teaching bad habits.
Pause all of this because there was no funny money shit going on, but pause anyway. Our coach used to tell us, yo, put your hands in your pants and then dribble with your offhand. So we would have our hands inside our shorts with our offhand dribbling up and down. We was doing no funny money shit, but
we had our hand behind our back like a waiter. We had our hand behind our back like a waiter while we was dribbling.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He made us do that, and he had these glasses that we used to wear that would stick out like this far, so we couldn't see down.
Okay. I know what kind of glasses, like goggles almost. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, to make you keep your eyes up looking down the court.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And then I saw them making kids do high knees. What the hell do you need high knees for in basketball? This is not fucking football practice or track practice. I'm like, what sport are y'all training these kids for?
Well, you know what? Do you know what? There are certain things in football, especially some of the workouts that actually are super helpful for basketball. Like, for instance, I think
backpedaling drills, definitely.
Correct. So, like, for me, what I'm going to do next season, I already got everything all mapped out, right? I'm gonna make these kids have to play cornerback and safety. So
because that was my position. So I know DB drills are great to teach for basketball.
Correct, because then when you're moving back on defense, you can anticipate passes. You know where the ball. You're thinking about where the ball could go as opposed to waiting for it to get somewhere. So you can be proactive as opposed to reactive.
And then also, it gets people in the habit of being able to backpedal and move faster, backpedaling, and not feeling like you got to turn and look over your shoulder. Another thing, I'm gonna say pause before I even say this, but it teaches you how to flip your hips. Also,
yes,
you need to be. If somebody gets past you, you need to be able to turn and run. You need to be able to catch up to them.
Yes,
and so I understand the drills. I understand the drills, but some of this stuff that they teach, and I'm like, I want me to show y'all some drills that are really going to help them in the game or not, because that's not working. I didn't see nobody doing 3-man weave. I mean, come on.
Oh, Marcus,
no
I know.
3-man leave, no layup drills, right hand side, left hand side. Come on. Well, you don't have your big man, you don't have your big man working on no post moves. Come on.
Oh, and Marcus, I just want to announce to you and everybody, I probably have asbestos. We went to this hood school, son. We went to this hood school for this game. When I tell you the gym was so shit, I was like, some of the parents were complaining, and I told them, I said, yo, you know what? We all have a class action suit for asbestos. I've seen the commercials. So we all got it now. So we all about to make some money. That's how bad the gym was. Paint peeling everywhere. Marcus, how you have bleachers uneven? How you have bleachers on lean? So you know how bleachers are supposed to be, straight, right? Marcus, the bleachers is like this.
That's what happened when you pay winos to do work. They cheaping out of the or they just pull up to Home Depot and whoever they can get.
Yeah,
I used to think that was a joke. No, that's a real thing out here.
No,
that
it's real
thing. I didn't see that in North Florida at all. Period. But out here, oh yeah, every morning, just drive past a Home Depot. I'm like, this is wild. I'm gonna tell you something that's messed up. I used to feel like, man, they need to quit with all these stereotypes of the people out there. Till I got out here and realized, yeah, a lot of these stereotypes are true.
Yes,
a whole lot of them. I'm not gonna go into which ones.
Yeah, we're gonna leave that alone for another show. Correct.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Myra's mom, yes, we're about to get out of here. Much appreciation to all y'all for being here. Much love to everybody. And as Chris would always say, go ahead and say your line. I've been stealing your line lately. But
no, you ain't stealing that. We're a team. We share. That's not stealing, dog. No, that's it.
All right.
If I put something in the fridge or in the pantry, that's for us. There's no stealing.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying?
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. As Chris would always say, make sure you take care of you and yours. And remember, everybody here, we all a community, we all a family. We don't always agree, but make sure y'all continue to still rock with us. We rock with y'all. And when shit really hit the fan, we're gonna need to be tracking each other down outside of here and make sure that you building up those relationships with people around you in the real world. And if you do get cool with somebody online, make sure you make an attempt to get to see them and get to know them offline also, whether that's on the phone or whether you actually y'all live close enough or make a trip and get to go and see people. I feel like that's the way to build real relationships, and everything can't be about online. So much appreciation to all y'all. So thankful for everybody who spends time to be here. Y'all can be anywhere in the world on a Saturday night, definitely, or Sunday morning for some, but y'all here with us. So we do appreciate that. Tomorrow, we already know what's gonna happen. You already know what I'm rocking with. Go Chiefs. And to all the fans out there, good night. Much love to all of y'all. Marcus, when you come to Phoenix, actually, my cousin lives. She lives in what is that? New Mexico. So I think I gotta go past there. I don't know. We'll hook it up, Hamza. We'll figure it out. Phoenix ain't that far. Plus, I got old classmates who in that area too. So
I haven't been to Arizona. I haven't been to Arizona, but I would like to visit Arizona.
I drove through. I drove through when I came out here. For those that don't know, yes, I drove from Jacksonville, Florida, all the way out here to LA. Took the 10 damn near the whole way.
You see, the only times I've been to California was to San Francisco. You know what I'm saying? Like I flew into San Francisco airport. We went to Mount Shasta one time, and then another time my cousin was getting married. So we went to what is it, Valley? Not Silicon. Where they do the wines?
Death Valley?
No. Where they do the wines?
Oh, I know you. Sonoma Valley.
Thank you. Yes, we was up there. Yeah, we was up there in Vineyard, in the wine country, so to speak.
And Napa Valley. Napa. Is that the one? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's Autry's area. That's his area.
Yeah, that's the only place I went. You know what I'm saying? But that was my cousin lives out there, so they got married, etc., etc. So, but it was all right. We had the Airbnb, and we had a nice house that we rented, but the fires made the municipality shut down all the power. So our second night there in California, we had no electricity. We just used the rental truck that we had. We had a Suburban rental. We left the front door open. We parked the Suburban with the headlights facing into the house, and we would put the headlights on the truck so we could have some lights in the crib. But I brought my big.
My mom's is out here right now. My mom's is in Sacramento right now.
Oh, is she? Oh, okay. That's what's up. Tell her I say hello. And tell her
I'll hit you up on the phone about it. I mean, I got an idea what it's about. She can't even tell me some super top secret stuff right now. So we'll go more into detail about it later.
Mom, you be careful. Enjoy yourself out here. Enjoy the weather, right? Oh, and you know what? To all you people in the East, the Northeast, the Midwest, the West, all that shit, I just want to say, yo, I'm still wearing shorts outside.
That's what I was gonna tell you. Yo, I've been thinking about this. Hey, y'all, if y'all want to see this, y'all hit me up on Twitter or Instagram or whatever. Man, I've been watching. I don't know if y'all watch Raising Kanan or not, but I've been thinking about doing a skit, and I was like, it'd be funny if I write up something. Chris will play Kanan, and I'll play Ronnie.
Yo, Kanan is Raising Kanan. Actually, after the initial Power series, Raising Kanan is the next series I like.
Yeah. Yo, Nina's like, do it. I'm thinking that shit'll be funny as hell. But everybody doing it right now, so it'd just be something fun to mix up. Y'all see us be a little silly.
You know what videos I'll never do? I'll never do the I'm from Queens and da 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 da. I'm from Florida and da 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 da. I'm from California. Like too many people are doing it. It's
I just want to hear you say that line one time. Who said anything about heroin?
Who said anything about heroin, nigga? Who said anything
That's
about
what
heroin?
I want to hear.
Yo, Hamza, the second season is cool. And for me, I like Raising Kanan because everything about that show is my neighborhood. You know what I'm saying?
That is Jamaica, Queens.
Yeah, that's my hood. Everything they show on that show is like, oh, okay, I've been there. I know where that is. I know that block. Yeah.
So why are y'all doing the Midwest goodbye? No, well, I mean, I like Force. It's in your Nina's spot, and John. That's right. By the way, Warren moved to Chicago. So I don't know if you've seen the video. Of course, we know about the background stuff. We ain't really lay it out, but we know about it. Heard about it while it was going on. We ain't gonna comment on it. It's their business. We let them deal with that. But yeah, I won't hold you any longer. Great show as always. Always good to see you, my brother. And peace out, everybody.
All right, everybody. Peace.